Hey, Chris, what's up? I see Jules popped in and Mr. Mr. Duffy, I should say. I almost said McDuffie, but Mr. Duffy. Hello, 81. If you're still here. I doubt it because I only see three of us in here, so one of them's me. So how you doing, Chris? Handling this weather? Getting wet. It's raining here, lightly. None of that. Now I had Pop Watch Godzilla -1. It was nice of them to have it on Netflix. I knew they would do something soon since it's not going to be released here until 2025. But yeah, they enjoyed it. I think he totally liked it. It was nice to see a dub version of it. They didn't do too bad of a job. I'm sure Toho oversaw everything. So how's everybody doing on this fine Saturday night? Here it's raining, but it's not bad. I think it's like still in the 70s. It's 68 now. Earlier I looked, it was like still like 70, so it dropped. Hello, Grumpy Owl. How are you? And welcome back. Saw you the other night with Gemma, right? You were here, or was that Wednesday night? So I get confused. Sometimes I stream too much. During her day with her, and mad now that has quit Blade. Oh, I heard. See, I haven't seen anything about it. I stay away from stuff only because if it does make it out, I want to see it fresh. I mean, some stuff I try to sneak a little peek at, but I just try to stay away from stuff. But yeah, I'd heard. Was it earlier today? I think my son said something to me about it. So who knows? Yeah, well, they're dropping like flies. So, I mean, they were going to do more Mad Max. You really can't call it Mad Max now anymore. So, they canceled those and a bunch of other stuff. So we'll just have to wait and see what comes. Well, we know that Wolverine and Deadpool will be good. So, I'm hoping it better be. With all the hype I've heard about that. So, and those two are pretty funny together anyway, so it should be pretty good. I heard poke a lot of fun at everybody, so we'll see. Slightly irritated Max. I'll muss on that one. As something I said, sometimes I don't talk too good, so you have to bear with me. Oh, Mad Max, yeah. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Furiosa yet, so I heard it's the quality of the movie's really good. And I heard it wasn't that bad. So I'll watch it when it comes around. I won't go see it in a theater. Now that they charge per seat now and where it's located. Up here they do now, which I don't think is cool, but got to make your money. They're hurting. And they never do. They don't, Matt Grumpy. They don't. Sometimes you can get one off just right or be at the right time. But yeah, it's just a pain in the butt. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know if I didn't see that Gemma had posted her Monday videos yet, so I don't know if she's done that yet. Did you say Chris Hemsworth just signed on, played Duke in G.I. Joe and Transformers crossover movie? Interesting. We'll have to see how that works. He'd make a good Duke, actually. give him the military cut and let him go for it and see how he does. I don't mind Chris. He's all right. They let him play him for the fool in Thor and Love and Thunder, which I'm sorry, I wasn't a big fan of. And I liked him as Thor, but let's not go there. Anyways. Yeah, Thor's one of my favorite characters. Now, he'd be good as Duke. Now, see, I like the latest Transformer movie, but I like popcorn movies. If I can be entertained by granted, it's not a great movie, but I enjoyed it. I'm easy to please as long as I can get entertained by it. Come out with some sense of it. I've seen some flops too. Some that weren't really flops. They just could have done them better. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I looked earlier, I didn't see him, and when I came on, I didn't see him. So I can't push him. But she does have videos coming out on 11 and noon on Monday. She said they were last night. I sure wrote it down. Yeah, I cracked myself pretty good today. Actually ended up looking like a heart, which was weird. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I don't know. I should have wrote them down. I'm going to get myself in trouble. Tuesday talk. Us three will be there, and we're going to be talking about Frogman. And I love the picture you posted in Facebook, Chris. I actually kept it. I was just bad directing in the last store. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, they did. See, that's what I had a problem with. They try to put, like 3 or 4 books together into one movie and a 3-hour movie. Maybe 2 if you do it right. But when you start adding, it never works. The writing always ends up getting screwed up somewhere. So I agree. And so Tuesday is going to be Frogman for Tuesday talk. And then I'll be here Wednesday. And then Gemma should be regular time next Friday. So it was a good stream last night. A little late, but it was good. I enjoyed it. She needed it, so she left in good shape, which counts. And then tonight, I'm trying to decide which 2 videos I'm going to play of her tonight. Well, which one? I got 2 picked out. I think I'm going to do paranormal patients, the nurses and doctors, EMTs, because I know I've seen my share in hospitals. So what happened there? Wait 1 second. Something. Okay, there we go. My dad saw Frogman. He used to fish the Little Miami all the time. Yeah, my dad used to fish there too. We are only about 35 minutes from Loveland. Yeah. Oh, is he or? Oh, that's right. You are. Yeah. Jarvis wasn't diagnosed with form of early dementia. I heard the same thing. Hi, Jules. How you doing, sweetie? I'd heard the same thing, but I don't know. Now, Bruce Willis got real bad. In fact, there's a bunch of lawsuits like the last 2 or 3 movies he did. They kind of forced him to do it, and I guess it wasn't very good for him. And he was kind of planning. So there'll probably be some problems with that. I think they already took care of that out of court, though. Yeah, since he's 35 from Loveland. Yeah. It took me a minute to calculate. Slay, I'm tired. I've been playing in dirt all day, planting flowers and digging holes. Hey, Black Dragon, what's up? Simplifies, dude. How you doing? I hope you're well. Excuse me. Yeah, that would be a good copy for Tuesday's Frogman. We made a whole list. I don't know if you were in here when we were making the list, Chris, or not. Well, we made a pretty good list. Because this Tuesday will be Frogman. And then, not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday will be Devil Monkeys. Then we're going to talk more about the Pale Crawlers. And then we're going to talk about the Flatwoods Monster. which I'm kind of excited about too. And then we'll make another list. I got a few more things on here. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I think tonight we'll talk. We'll do a replay of one of our older ones about, doctors and stuff. I thought that'd be a good one because I kind of relate to that one. Seeing all the crap that I see in hospitals. So I spend a lot of time there. Yeah, it's 22 minutes long, so and it's an older one, so it'll be good. We can make fun of her. No, just kidding, Gemma, if you watch. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. I'm letting people gather and come in. And I know there's other people streaming tonight, which is fine. We're just to hang out anyways. Just on Saturday nights to get a video. Is it 12:16? So about 12:30. I always try to start them around 12:30. So is everybody having a good weekend? We got 7 in here, and I appreciate that. Thank you, 7 people. And those who are ghosting and hanging out in the corner. Nothing fancy, nothing big. Glad you can make it. Hang for a bit. Like I said, I'll start the video about the upload. I kind of toss and turn between calling them videos and uploads because actually it's just an upload. So yeah, about 12:30 or so. And I do hope the people that are here today, or tonight I should say, enjoyed themselves last night with Gemma. It's always good. I was tired. I got a bum leg. I've been working all day and I think it's worse. Or I think I hurt it 2 years ago and never went and saw a doctor. I probably should have. Now I'm paying for it. 2 years later. But I screwed it up, I think. It's swollen. I've had it on ice. Every night I have to put it on ice. This is a nice bucket now. Funny thing about Frogman is a lot of the people from here have barely heard. Yeah, that is. But they all know about Bobby Mackey's. And I've actually been to Bobby Mackey's. Yeah, it's funny because there's a lot of stuff here in Ohio that people just don't know about. And it's like, you don't know that's in Ohio. My weekends are going surprisingly well. Been doing lots and lots of yard. See, that's what I've been doing. Oops. That's what and yeah, it just started raining here. Well, it didn't just start. It's been raining off and on for like the last hour or 2, maybe 3. Real lightly at first. I don't know if it is now. I can't see out the window. So. Too dark. It probably is. So last time I looked at the radar, it looked like it was raining. You still getting rain, Chris? I guess that's the next question because whatever Chris gets, we usually get, or they get it just a little bit before we do. Either way, even if it's moving east, unless it's coming up out of the northwest. I think a lot of this was. Let me look at the radar. That's what it's for. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Yeah, it looks like it's still raining here. No, actually, it says it's not. But let me see. I like it. This one. Some of these things they kill me, so I have to go and actually look at the actual radar. Yeah, it's lightly raining here. Chris, you must be done, or just getting like light showers. Just cloudy here. Yeah, it looked like you wouldn't get nothing at all. It looked like just a tiny bit to your southeast and a little bit to your northwest. Has been steady here since 6-ish. Really? Yeah, it started here. I would say it started a little bit before dark at dusk here. And it's just been like on and off. But I do believe it's like lightly raining now. It's not raining hard. But yeah, I heard they were tearing it down in August. Yeah. Which would be a bummer. It'll bum a lot of people out, but that place is. I didn't like being in there, especially in that back. It just makes you uncomfortable as crap. Now, supposedly people were there seeing stuff, but I didn't see anything. But man, there's some funky vibes there, man. That's just not right. But yeah, I was shocked they're going to tear it down. I'm surprised they didn't try to keep it as some kind of historical place or something. Didn't they fight for that one time in the past? They're rebuilding it in another location. I don't blame them. Jules, he's in Cincinnati. He's in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, WKRP. WKRP, Cincinnati. Yep, I used to live in Florane. Isn't that where you live, Chris, in Florane? Or around there somewhere? Yeah, you're near Indy, aren't you? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's funny because all the women that live up in the Northeast always confuse them. Black Dragons, if you're still listening, I hope you're having a good weekend. I want to acknowledge you again. You always come in and say hello. You're always real good about that. And Grumpy Al, if you're still hanging around, thank you for stopping in. Bro, I'm still here. I'm still here, bro. You're good. Chilling like a villain. Yep, I'm still here. Oh, thank you. I try to recognize people as much as I can. Since I'm by myself, it's, I get to just keep me jumping. We love you. I love listening to ramble anyways. So have anybody, that didn't come out good at all. I'm just relaxing and enjoying your angelic voice, my poor voice. Dragon at one time used to be a lot better than this. And everything, the tremors and everything, just done damage. Done the damage. Actually used to be able to actually sing. Not anymore. Not anymore. God knows I've tried. But thank you, Dragon. I appreciate it. From one dragon to another. Have you heard of Camp Chesterfield or Mound State Park? Yeah. I've heard of both places. Are you close to them? I love mounds, so of course I know that. Tim, my brother, when he lived up in Minnesota, said he wasn't far from a bunch of mounds either. I said, I wish I'd gone up and saw him. Been to Mound State Park several times. Yeah, I have too. I say I really haven't been out of state. I have just around the other states. Nothing really fancy in and out. Go check out a place, come back. So I don't really call that visiting. I know the feeling I used to be good once, but I'm not as good as I once was. Age does that. And life. And I'm not going to complain too much about it. I've had not a bad life. I wouldn't change anything. Your voice is soothing, Goethe. I don't know, but thank you. I do appreciate when people say that. I really do. Oh, okay. Jarvis, I'm a half mile from Mountain. Oh, that's not far. That's not far at all. That's a good area too. Squatch in that area sure is. There sure is. In fact, they believed in some of those mounds. There are actually squatches buried in there. So who knows? But that's just a conspiracy theory, you know. You're about an hour north of her? Wow, Black. I didn't know that. That's cool as crap. Small world, though. You get to talking to people and you realize, even the people in other countries, I've talked to somebody and go, I've been there. In the woods in the White River. Ooh. It's awesome. I'd love to. No, I'm not far from what, Chris, I'm about an hour and a half. Well, actually, I'm about a little less than an hour from the Hopewell Mounds and Snake Mound. And a couple. I want to stop by the furnace next time I'm going to go to Jersey. On my way back from Jersey, I want to stop at the furnace mounds and check those out. That's one place I've never been. I want to check those out. I'm closer to the Kahee River. What do you say, Jules? Yes, price that, Jim. It's so fun. Us people on the East Coast tend to take us Midwesterners crazy. Oh, we're nuts. And blame them with Charles Manson and Jim Jones. Yeah, hey, no. We've got our share of wackos right here in Ohio, so don't feel bad. Do not feel bad. The Kahee River. We have buckwheats, I'm not sure. Oh. Well, I'm sure Ryan might pop in later, so I'm sure if there's a problem with it, he'll show you how to spell it. Wherever you're at, Ryan. Somebody summon Edna, but don't say her name more than 3 times. I'm sure she might be listening. Charlie was from here. Yes. Here in Cincy. She was. Buckwidgie. Buckwidgies. Thank you, Chris. Leave it to Chris. I forget Chris is here. He's just right there with Ryan. So, have you had any more sightings down there, Chris? I know there was one not too long ago, over there again by Kings Island again. That's it, George. We have not deer, grassman, little fork, and folks, and Mothman. No, we have Mothman. Not deer. The grassman is what we call over here. Up here around, yeah, I said Bigfoot once, and I have been corrected a couple times around here. No, it's grassman. Okay, same thing. Just he puts grasses for. Just Dogman reports. Now, see, I'm still not. I'm kind of on Dogman. I mean, I believe that there is something. Maybe it is a dog. I don't know. But do you guys have those? Still having those? Where at? All over or along the river or what? Up north there? I have to look into those. Then I'm starting to get a little more free time again. Been working my butt off. Once we get everything done, the rains hold us up. I can't get it. I'm just now getting the yard cleaned up to where it's just upkeep. I'm hoping Gemma will look into. Yeah, I'm sure we will. If we'll probably talk about it too one Tuesday. I can write it down. I'll write it down. Pick witches. Write it down, and maybe we'll have it for a Tuesday talk topic. I think Dogman is an army created creature. I think in my own little way, I think Dogman is a chimera. Yeah. He's been created, genetically changed, then genetically altered or whatever. Genetically made. I believe that. And you watch movies like Dog Soldiers, okay? And I'm telling you, some of these movies they make, it's like they drop hints. Because then you later find out, oh, that could be real. No, that it was real. Are the dog been kind of the same as a werewolf? No, they're different. I've seen a werewolf. Werewolves are different. Much different. And they do exist. I honestly seen one. I will say I believe in werewolves. Werewolf. They change shape and they do. And yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I will say. That's why I'm a big fan of werewolves. I was a big fan before I saw one. And I would have had a picture of it. The guy wouldn't have destroyed it. And it sounds a little too convenient, but it's true. This guy freaked out. This guy was never the same after it. This is the only one that turned out. And he was never the same after it. Or lycanthropes, yeah. I thought those guys are the things that I've got running around here, like shared itself on the CTT camera footage that I gave you. No. Dogmen are totally different. I kind of agree with Chris. They're genetically engineered. They're chimeras. Two species intertwined. But yeah. And some people believe they're demons or something from another dimension. You're going to get 1,000 theories because that's what everything is a theory. Pucks are evil and will kill you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That I knew. I just didn't know how bad they were. I guess they would. So, Chris, do you believe pucks were what tore up those people up in Alaska? In that fishing cannery island? You just pucked it. That well said. Now, see, Grumpy Dragon, there's a good way to slide a joke in at the right time. Believe me, I have bad moments too. Oh, that's funny. But do you think that's what was up there? Destroyed that, kicked everybody pretty much. No, that was a squatch. You think? You don't think it was the other thing? That was one mean squatch, though. But like I agree with a lot of people. They're different species. We're all different in our own little way. We're the same, but we're different. You know what I'm saying? 6 people. You get talking around here, and I got to start this video here. Fuck it all. She's visitors. No to me, probably. Unfortunately, if you're in their favor, you have someone in a determined access to happiness. Alaskan squash are huge and carnivorous. I believe that. Here we go. So, yeah, there are so many Bigfoot people out there that I just pretty much kind of gave up. Do you know about the beast of LBL? But I just know that there's all different types of Bigfoot. All these cryptids they're all different in their own little ways. All have their own little subspecies. I believe that. That's what I believe. Yes, well, I think I have around here on that camera footage was. Oh, you do, huh? Yeah, you can barely see it, but I have to dig that out because I believe I hope that wasn't on my other computer that got trashed. LBL has Squatch and Dogman. I wonder if Pucks has something to do with the Gypsy Curse Cemetery. Ooh, I never heard that. I want to start this video so we can talk more about this stuff because that's what this is about, Gemma's replay. But I want to look into, I don't know about the Gypsy Curse Cemetery. Is that legit? Because if it is, I got to write that down. Because that's one thing I've never heard. I should have heard something like that. Yeah, interesting. There is a famous case of Irish family killed by the LBL beast in Tennessee. I think I've heard that one. I think I have heard of that one. Amish family. Yeah. I think I have heard that one. I'm going to have to go back and look. I think I might actually have notes on that. Because the Amish see a lot of stuff they don't really talk about. Ron, yes, everyone knows that one. Yeah. I was going to say, it sounds familiar. So I'm not a big Bigfoot guy. I'm more into spooks because of the things I see. I mean, I know my cryptids. I know what I need to know, and that's about it. Like, so I learn a lot from you guys. I really do. And Ryan has been a good interpreter for that too. Edna, I'm just going to say your name one more time. That's twice now. Amish paradise. The gypsies were mistreated and killed. They supposedly put a curse on the land. Oh, okay. Yeah, gypsy weren't treated very good anyway. They were considered scoundrels and thieves and everything in between. It is definitely some type of fae. Yeah, fae. I don't even think we've even touched the species of faes. I mean, I know there's books and stuff, but man, there's some weird stuff out there that I actually think that I've seen that I actually think are part of the fae. Or show themselves as something scary and they're fae. It's like some of the things I see follow people. I think that third thing that I can't figure out what it is. I know one, like I said, one's usually like a human spirit. They're either angry or upset or watching over the person. The second one is usually either angelic or demonic. The third one I always can never figure out because they never give me a vibe. Now I think some of them may be fae too, especially when I see the ones with children. Gnomes are same general size as pucks, so are red caps. Yeah. Yeah, they all run in that range, yeah. And I'm still learning about the pucks. But I get what they are. And yeah, they're definitely part of the fae of some type. But let's do this video so we can get it out of the way. It's only 22 minutes. It's a good one too, I think. If I remember this one, this is about the hospital cell. And if you guys want to keep talking, please do. I'm just going to run this. This is about Gemma's replays. And you guys are more than welcome to keep rapping. Actually, these are good topics I'm going to bring up with Ryan too. Because these are stuff that are really good topics. It'd be good to my YouTube to see. Okay. I think you sent me one footage, and I still have it. I'm hoping I saved it in a file. So my older computer. See, that was before the computer thing, and my old computer got fried. And I won't go into that detail. Just to say by some very unhappy people. But anyways, let's get this going. Okay. Get this on full. I hate when I do this. Okay. Just make sure you let me know that it's loud enough. Stop. I don't want you doing that. There we go. Just make sure you let me know this is loud enough for those who are watching. And we're going to get started right now. Please keep talking. I'm going to turn off my mic and have a smoke real quick. And I'll probably join you in the chat by this place. Share screen. Let me get myself out of the way here. Do this. Come on. Nope, that's not what I want. There we go. And that looks good. And here we go. Just let me know if it's loud enough. Okay, folks?
What is up, you guys? Welcome back to my channel. And if you're new here, just welcome. My name is Gemma Jade, but today we are going to be talking about possessed patients. And this is paranormal and or demonic encounters from hospital staff, EMTs, nurses, doctors, all of that really kind of creepy, in my opinion, super scary stuff. As someone who is around the dead and deals with death all the time, it takes a lot to scare me. Haunted houses, no problem. Creepy and possibly haunted cemeteries, bring it on. There's one place, though, that for some reason scares the living crap out of me. Pun intended, and that's hospitals. There is just something about a place that is filled with so much pain and suffering, death and dying, that just puts me in a state of absolute terror. The living suffer so much in these places, and then once the suffering is said or at least believed to be over, they're brought down to the morgue. I also can't handle the thought of being buried in the ground, even though I know for a fact the body is simply a shell and nobody, good or bad, stays in it. So the images of these deceased bodies being piled up in one of those freezer units just shakes me to my core. Do you get it yet? I'm petrified of hospitals. Even while giving birth to my kids in the maternity ward, one place in the hospital that is almost inherently a happy and peaceful place to be, had me not wanting to be alone at night. And whenever possible, I kept the baby in the room with me just to have some company. So you guys get the point, right? No hospitals for this chick unless absolutely necessary. I have friends who are nurses that have told me some insane stories, and I remember visiting my paternal grandmother in hospice. Oh my God, it was the actual worst, guys. The stories these brave men and women tell are just horrifying. I have one friend who's a nurse who sometimes can't wrap her head around some of the things I tell her, mainly about the visitations and the things I see lurking around her patients when I would go and pick her up for either lunch or coffee when I was in the area. Even when it never failed that I would be right about not only who would die next, but who would go peacefully and who wouldn't. I guess it just gives me some sort of like weird happiness when my friends recount their strange stories of things that have gone on with their patients, or even the random stories I encounter online from doctors, nurses, and other hospital and emergency medical staff. It's like a strange and oftentimes twisted, I'll admit, sense of vindication and satisfaction that they are, for a mere moment or two, experiencing what I experience on a regular basis. With all of that being said, I'm going to bring you guys some personal encounters from some of my friends who work in hospitals, and even some of them who have had experience in hospitals while being treated there. I'm working on a listener encounters of hospital experiences only. Until then, though, I have scoured the internet for what I believe to be the scariest and strangest, most fear-inducing experience had by hospital staff that I could find for now. As always, expect a part 2 sometime in the near future. If you like this video, let me know in the comments and I'll give you more. Here they are, encounters in the hospital with possessed patients, demons, etc. Turning to religion isn't an uncommon thing when you work in a hospital, or so I've recently come to find out. Being religious myself, I guess I can see how it can bring a sense of not only comfort and peace, but of wisdom as well when encountering things that we know are from another realm or plane of existence and not knowing what to do with that information. Our first encounter takes place right here in New Jersey, in the hospital I actually had my youngest son in just 3.5 short years ago. There are similar stories all over the internet, but this one came from one of the nurses who, when I gave her an impromptu reading after my son was born, decided to tell me some of her horror stories from when she was new to the nursing field and long before she realized maternity was probably the best bet for a minimum amount of sadness and or death. It happens, mind you, in the maternity ward, but not so very often. So I'll call my friend Sarah. Sarah worked in the part of the hospital that held long-term care residents. All of them had some sort of ailment or another, and most were, while not terminal, not too far from death's door. Most of Sarah's patients were happy-go-lucky and kindly old people whose families would visit them often and take care of any outside needs that they may have. There was one patient we'll call Bob because, well, why not? Bob was a terribly grumpy and ornery old man who never had a kind word for anyone. Bob could always be counted upon to literally suck the light right out of any room he walked into. We all know people like this, right? Old and young alike, who, at the mere mention of their names, suck the absolute light and life out of you. Energy and spiritual vampires. Anyway, Bob was angsty and unkind, except when he was begging the nurses, always in the dead of night, to keep him alive and not let him die under any circumstances. It seemed he had some sort of irrational fear of dying. He would go crazy and scream at anyone who would listen, quote, "Don't let me die, please," end quote, whenever the smallest thing would come up. Sarah said she was once simply putting a Band-Aid on a small cut Bob had had on his knee, and he looked at her with tears streaming down his face and said, quote, "Sarah, please don't let me die," end quote. She assured him that he wasn't going to die as far as she knew and tried to comfort him as much as possible. This went on for months, with Bob screaming his eerie plea every time his heart monitor would so much as beep, which it did almost every night in the middle of the night. This went on for months and months until one night Bob took a turn for the worse, and quickly. When the nurses heard his monitor going crazy, they weren't prepared for the silence they heard aside from the monitor. Bob wasn't screaming this time. He wasn't screaming for them to keep him alive this time. This was the strangest and most concerning thing of all. Sarah thought for sure something had happened, so she ran as fast as she could into Bob's room and couldn't believe what she'd seen. Bob was levitated in a seated position about 4 inches above his bed. His eyes were completely black, and he had what she described as a, quote, "look of pure evil," end quote, on his face. He turned his head with a sinister smile and looked at the couple of nurses who had gone into the room to assist Sarah, and he said, quote, "You stupid bitches just aren't going to let him die, are you?" End quote. One of the nurses started to scream, and this seemed to snap Bob out of it because suddenly he fell back onto the bed and seemed simply to be asleep. The monitor stopped beeping and his vitals went back to normal. Sarah looked him over and tried to reconcile herself to what she had just seen. She's religious, but has a hard time when it comes to believing in the devil or demons or even the dead coming back as spirits. Scientific brained, I call her. The terror was far from done in Bob's room that night, as about 2 hours after this incident happened, he went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead by a doctor about 20 minutes later. As was normally the case, after the other staff immediately cleared the room, it was Sarah's responsibility to get the patient on a gurney and ready to be transported down into the morgue. Right as she was leaning over him to grab one thing or another that was left behind by the doctors and staff trying to save his life, Bob suddenly jumped up. This was about 5 or 7 minutes after he was just pronounced clinically dead. He looked at Sarah, his eyes as black as coal, and that evil smile returned. It was almost like the Joker smile from Batman, only somehow way more sinister looking, black eyes blazing and staring straight into her soul, and an ear-to-ear grin which was almost unnaturally wide on his face. He said to her, quote, "You let him die. Oh well," end quote. Then he fell back, dead again, right onto the bed. Right when he fell back, the sound of a scream echoed through the whole ward. "Why did you let me die? I wasn't supposed to die." Then a horrible and agonizing, wordless, and almost animalistic scream echoed for what seemed like hours over and over again throughout the ward that night, and patients and staff alike all heard it. By the next day, it was gone, but no one who worked there or had been there while all of this was happening, nobody who had actually seen what had happened to and with Bob, would ever be the same again. Sarah said she put in her transfer request the very next day and within a month was working in the maternity ward. She has several stories and encounters from there I want to share with you all too, maybe someday soon. Our next one is one I found on the internet that I thought would be a great fit here. It comes from a nurse in Minnesota working in the oncology unit of a hospital. The nurse had been given a patient who was unconscious for several days and was obviously on her way out. On the 3rd or 4th night, the nurse was doing her usual rounds and checking on all of her patients. She glanced into the unconscious and dying patient's room and, expecting her to still be knocked out, was shocked at what she saw. The patient was standing at the foot of her bed and the nurse walked slowly into the room, intent on helping her to lie back down. The woman looked her dead in the eyes and said, quote, "Please don't let them take me," end quote. The nurse said, "Don't let who take you?" And the woman replied, quote, "Those black things up there," end quote. She then pointed above her head. The nurse looked and didn't see anything and so went about trying to coax the patient back into her bed, which she finally did. About 15 minutes later, that same woman died. Her body just gave out. natural causes, old age, whatever you want to call it, take your pick. The point is, as the nurse went running into the room, she heard a scream and a loud thump. She saw the deceased woman being dragged off of her bed by what could only be described as a, quote, black mass of shadow, end quote. She blinked, and by the time she opened her eyes again, the patient seemed to be lying peacefully and still atop her bed as though nothing had ever happened. The nurse is adamant about what she saw, and it made her start going to church again after 25 years of giving up on organized religion. Nurses are definitely not the only ones to experience strange and oftentimes terrifying things while on the job and working in that type of setting. Our next encounter or experience comes from an EMT in Washington, D.C. Just like our two previous stories, this EMT's patient seemed to be unnaturally terrified of his own impending death. The EMT said he was out on a call and ended up being sent to this man's home. The man was in his early 40s and balding from chemo. He looked exceptionally frail and delicate, but had a booming scream when the EMT tried to coax him into walking back to the ambulance with him. The man would yell, quote, "Oh, no, no, please, no, I don't want to die. I can't die," end quote. As he was screaming this, he was frantically looking all around the room. Even stranger still was that every few seconds or so, the man would swat the air as if there were some sort of fly or something nobody else could see bothering him about his face. Finally, they got him to sit on the stretcher, but he kept saying, at this point, very low now, quote, "No, no, no, not now. Please, not now," end quote. For some reason, once the EMT got him outside and had stopped to talk to the patient's brother about something or other, the man jumped up off the gurney and crumpled to the floor in a big heap. He was completely still and hardly breathing. He had tears staining his cheeks and a morose look on his still and silent face. The EMT got him back on the stretcher and rushed him as quickly as he could to the nearest hospital. During the drive there, for some reason the EMT couldn't explain, he started wondering about what was going to happen to this man when or if he died. This was something he couldn't explain because he dealt with dead people and people on the brink of death every single night, and not once before had he ever pondered such a thing. This, though, is where he says the encounter took a turn for the weird. He said as he wondered if the man would go to heaven, a strange feeling started to creep over him. It was suddenly darker inside the ambulance than it had been before, and the air seemed heavier somehow than it was just moments ago. He explained it as though, quote, darkness was creeping all around us, with us being him and the now deceased man. He stated, quote, I happened to look down at the voltmeter and I saw the number 666 flashing. This panel normally doesn't flash at all. It just reads voltage. It went 666, then 0.1, then 666, then 0.1, then 666, then 0.1, and then it went back up to 1200 or so and stayed that way. The uneasy feeling went away, but I still prayed the whole way to the hospital, end quote. So just a little side note, in case some of you are unfamiliar, we in the Christian faith, most of us believe that 666 is like the mark of the beast. It really means incomplete, as God's number is 7, and on the seventh day he rested. We associate the number with evil, and this is mainly due to a passage in the book of Revelation. In Revelation 13:15 through 18, in the New International Version, it reads, quote, the second beast was given power to give breath to the image of the first beast, so that the image could speak and cause all who refused to worship the image to be killed. It also forced all people, great and small, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666, end quote. Now, while I am in no way fanatical about this number, I don't like to see it. The other day, it was my number on my sandwich receipt for Wawa, and I was pretty upset about it. There's just something about it, but not trying to start a religious debate or whatever in the comments, just educating those of you who may not be familiar. Come for me if you wanna. Y'all know where I stay at. Anyways, let's do one more and then end on that note. Again, part 2s and 3s only if you all let me know you want more of anything new I may be covering like this here. In Fresno County, California, in the summer of 2015, at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, brings us our next EMT encounter with the paranormal, and this time possibly demonic. The call was to a dark and extremely rural farm from where a call had come in about a suicide hanging. When they arrived, though, they didn't get what they expected at all. The 34-year-old man who had allegedly hung himself was very much alive and standing there talking to sheriff's deputies who were already on the scene. The man himself was a bit strange, though, dressed all in black from head to toe and having deep lacerations from his attempted suicide. It gets weirder. The man had tried to hang himself with what the EMT would later describe as in, quote, oddly large, wicked-looking gray skeleton of a tree, end quote, which was on the almost unnaturally dark and somehow sinister farm. It was decided the young man should be taken in for treatment, and he was also restrained for his own safety. Or so they like to say, but I'm not even going to comment, okay? They started up the ambulance, and once they reached the main road, which again we have being described as almost unnaturally dark and unusually heavy, this is what the EMT had to say, quote, on the way to the hospital, a few good miles down the road, we made a wrong turn, got a little lost, and took a back road. He was quiet and trembling. He wasn't fighting the restraints. He almost seemed to feel safer in the back of the ambulance while I got this bone-cold chill down my spine. I looked out the window and saw this house. Mind you, every house is acres apart from one another. Well, the house was okay like the others, looked normal. But next to this house was this big tree/bush, and in a separate tone and position, this old four-door sedan was parked. The car looked out of place and was clearly separated from the house and tree/bush. It was like it was its own place, its own entity entirely. It was odd and it was creepy. I could normally see in the car's cab and see the headrest of the driver's seat from afar, but this car was pitch black on the inside, almost as if the darkness was coming out of the windows because it was the deepest and darkest black I've ever seen on the inside. All I saw inside was the deepest and darkest black and two neon dark blue eyes staring back at me a little above where a tall and big man's eyes would be in a car. Immediately, I felt the back of the ambulance get colder and the goosebumps and hair on my skin stood up. At first, I thought it was a security light or reflection in the car, but as we passed the house, the car turned on, pulled out, and started following us in the ambulance. The neon blue eyes were still there and the cab was still dark as can be. The car followed us miles to the highway, still with the eyes staring and deepest, darkest black in the cab. Even with the street lights, I could not see into this car but for the neon eyes. I was almost mystified by this and forgot about my patient in the ambulance and partner, but I did not at all feel welcomed by these neon dark blue eyes. It was almost threatening and felt as if it wanted my patient somehow. We were on the highway and this car was still following us almost plus 20 miles now. The neon dark eyes were still there, and even with the highway lights, I could not see into this car. It got colder. It started to feel as if it noticed me watching and was watching and focusing on me now instead of focusing on my patient. The car then sped up and pulled up to the next ambulance in the next lane while we were driving and looked at me. I was very literally 5 feet from this car and could not see into the cab from the window. All I could see were those dark neon blue eyes and darkness. But it wasn't looking ahead, it was looking at me. And in that moment, out of nowhere, I said out loud, challenging it, quote, go away. You are not touching this man. This man is my patient. And if you want him, you'll have to come through me. I'm stronger than you and I will not let you have him, end of quote. After I said that, not even a moment later, the car in my ambulance split off as it went on one off ramp and I did the other. It was no longer cold in the ambulance and my patient was no longer gray in the cheeks, but now his cheeks were pink and normal. It wasn't until after the call and we got the patient inside the hospital when I realized what had just happened. I truly feel and felt that whatever the deep neon blue eyes thing was not human and that it wanted this man, end of quote. What do you guys think of that? Because I thought that it was like because the guy tried to take his own life, something was lurking about waiting for his soul. And when he accidentally didn't succeed, it was kind of still waiting for what it came for. Obviously, I believe it all for several reasons. Mainly, though, it's just that I never discount anyone else's experiences, not after all I've encountered and seen and been through in my life. Being called a liar hurts and makes things 100 times worse. Were the encounters with actual demonic entities or even Satan himself in the last one? Has anything like this ever happened to you? I'd love to hear about it. send it in. That's all I have for you today, guys. Please be sure and give this video a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't already, and spread the love by sharing this video. I'm a little amped up because I haven't filmed in a couple of weeks, and I'm like, yes, it's so good to be back. If you haven't already, please go on over and subscribe to Moon Bear Oracle. It's my other channel where I was going to be doing once a month readings for each astrological sign, my intuitive oracle readings, but that would just be way too much on my plate right now. But I'm still doing some pretty awesome crystal, candle, herb magic, council of light, collective consciousness, all that type of stuff, the Christian mystic type stuff that I do over there. Gemstone of the month is coming up, and eventually I'll get to the monthlies and weeklies. That is my main and ultimate goal with Moon Bear Oracle. But please go on over, show me some love, subscribe to the channel. And if you want a personal intuitive oracle reading with me, it's usually 7 to 12 or 15 cards. Please email me at moonbearoracle@gmail.com. That's moonbearoracle, all one word, @gmail.com. On Wednesday nights, right here on Gemma Jade, live from 7:15 to
Well, we know all that. So actually, Wednesday nights are now Friday nights at 7:15. We were a little late last Friday because she was at a fair at school. So, but yeah, let's talk a little bit about this this hospital stuff and the number thing. So I'm never good at the number thing. That's another thing. The number thing. Maybe my number is 60. Born. I'm a 60, then I'd be 63 then. I was born in 69. My address is 13169. Mine's 3. Yeah, hospitals are no fun. They're just not fun. Just woke up. Hey, Slow. Well, pour me a cup of coffee too there, sir. I could use one. I haven't made it yet, I bet you. I bet you got a cup of coffee already in your hand. I was born in 69. Look, you and Dragon are the same age. But yeah, hospitals no fun. As much time I've spent in it, I've seen some weird stuff. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a bunch of stuff down, and I do have access to those notes, those little stories of ones that nurses have told me and doctors have told me. This one doctor told me a story that is just messed up, and it's always stuck with me. Let me light a smoke first. You sound like me. Usually I'm lighting the smoke up as I'm pouring the first cup of coffee. And then I go do Tai Chi for a half hour. But anyways, yeah, and this story he told me is crazy. Maybe I should write that one and send it to Gemma, plus some of the other ones. And she could literally do a whole video of those, because weird stuff goes on. And now I see stuff at doctor's office now. Usually it's not too bad at doctor's offices. But lately, because I've been in and out again because of the foot and they're doing another check on my throat again. Usually I've never seen the black-eyed kid that I see at a doctor's office, and I've started seeing him at doctor offices now, and it's weird. It is. I know you're slow. Light that smoke first. Yeah, I've done that. That's like I said, I'm lighting my smoke as I'm pouring my coffee. But yeah, I think I'm going to have her do another one. I wrote it down. I'm going to send her a bunch of the stories I have. I've had some nurses tell me some pretty crazy stories. I've seen some pretty crazy stuff. Especially, I saw this one. I'll make sure I send her this one. But there was this one time I was getting ready to go in. And I think it was like the second time they were going to go down my throat and start working on it. Right before the surgery. I hadn't even been drugged yet or anything. And I'm in the room waiting. And the stuff that I was seeing, the stuff I was watching past my door was some weird stuff. Don't worry, Jules. I like older women. There you go. There you go. That's hilarious. Only a month apart. That's pretty amazing. What a small world. I hope folks that just come in and watch the video. If you got questions or anything, please. If you got something to say, please say it. Other than that, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you coming in and watching the vid. Hope you enjoyed it. Please go back and watch some more of her library. It's always good stuff. She also has stuff on that big green channel on the other end of the internet world. If you don't like hanging out here. So feel free. I try not to talk to them anymore. I mean, it's her channel, so it's only appropriate that I just kind of hang out in the background and talk and chat. I went to my doc last week, and we both agreed I should start writing again. There you go. It sounded vast. Yeah, it is good advice. Well, yeah. So I don't know if Chris, you still around? I was going to ask you something, but don't worry about it. I'll ask you later. How many of you people had weird stuff happen? I'm sure if Dragon's like me, I know he has in hospitals. Anybody else had weird stuff happen to him in the hospital? Dragon, I had seen death, and that doesn't faze me, but something in hospitals, I agree with you because I've seen death too. I've held death in my hand. Plus, I've been through, just like I've been through the door. And oh, okay. 1 second. So I know, as many times I spend in the hospital, sometimes I go in and I don't feel too bad, and I still see crazy stuff. And there are times I walk into a hospital, and it is just a weird, gut-wrenching feeling I get, like I don't want to be there that day kind of feeling. That always gets me. And that's happened a couple times lately, and it's like, I don't want to be in here. And I keep waiting for something to happen. You want to come on with us sometime, Chris? With maybe me and Ryan on a Wednesday night, if I can get Ryan to do a Wednesday night, or with us on a Tuesday. I would love to have you on, Chris. You don't have to show yourself. You can hang out in the back screen or something. But we'd love to have you. I've had several stays in the hospital. Doesn't seem to have any memories of it. You see, some people don't. You tell me. I'm going to put my missing time story down for you all this week. Yeah, send it to Gemma. Please. Because I love her. I love the listener encounters. I love hearing your guys' stuff. And I've had so many weird stuff. Nope, too shy. That's fine, Chris. But just so you know, the invite is always there, okay? Because I'm still planning on coming down. I got to see John. And I will let you know. I'm trying to get caught up. The rain screwed me. If I get the yard and everything where that belongs, then I can do the easy stuff and it just maintain for the rest of the summer. I might be able to actually enjoy my summer. Things have been so nuts since the fire. I mean, it's just been crazy. We get a little slag and then also, it's just nuts. But yeah, I need to come down and see John. So I'd love to sit and talk with you for a while. Go to lunch or something before I head back. I usually come down. I stay for a night, but I was planning on coming down. He works for Ryan's, right? Ryan's? No, I always screw these up, and he laughs at me every time. The other one, and he's moved his. He's now in He still lives off over by Hidden Lakes. I think it's what it's called. Lives over there still, but I think his new restaurant, the new store he's working at now, is in Kentucky, just on the other side of the river. But yeah, I want to come see you, Chris. It was so nice. I still don't know what to do with your stickers. I'm so afraid to put them on anything. I have gotten a lot of compliments on these. My son's thinking about laying them out and putting them in order, and then doing like he did with the Dragon Ball and the Godzilla I have, putting them on a thing, and that way I can keep them all nice and saved, because I'm afraid to stick them to the missing time. The only time I've had missing time once, and that's when I was in Colorado with the youth group. I walked away at lunch. I walked away, just went walking down a dirt road. Next thing I know, I'm kind of standing in the middle of nowhere and start walking back. By the time I got back, and I wasn't that far away. I honestly don't think I was that far away, but I was gone 5 hours. A little over 5 hours. And nobody even knew I was gone, which really freaked me out. But I don't remember anything from the time I left till the time I started walking back. Not a thing. I would come on voice only. We'd love to have you, Slow. It'd be interesting to hear you. About a month and I will be there. Yeah, that's right. You're still coming. You'll be close enough that I may have to bring you up some White Castles. Or meet you guys halfway and bring you some White Castles. Jules, I've been in and out. Yeah, I think we've all had our shares of hospitals. I know Dragon has. I have. I was gone for 3. I was so dropping on my head as a child, in a coma for 6 months at 5 years. Wow. Holy crap. I think it's what my mom did to me, dropped me on the head. That's why I'm so goofy. I have a few missing time. One of the times had others asking where I went the next day. Really? Wow. Well, what was weird? Well, see, the youth group wasn't used to, we're not, my mom and dad are middle class. So it was like, us doing stuff like going on trips with the church group and the youth group and stuff. Usually if it was like Kings Island or something, we'd go. But on any like faraway trips, flying trips, we really couldn't afford it. Well, I don't know how they afforded it, but I got to go. And we went down by the Rio Grande, down by the Four Corners. It was in Colorado. And we helped they were building a youth ranch. So we went down there all to work on it for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. And one day I just walked away. I don't remember. I remember walking away from and looking back at one point and still seeing them standing there. And that's pretty much it. And then I remember just all of a sudden realizing I was in the middle of nowhere. I was pretty damn close to the mountains, pardon my mouth. And I started walking back, and that's all I remember. But if you've had a few of them, you got to stop and think what's going on. I like to believe that is why I have so much missing time. And it's possible. Drew. Or the Fae may be carrying you away somewhere. You may be having a good time and don't even know it. I don't trust the Fae. They're sneaky little critters, as one might say. I hope you have to forgive me for I make a big deal about Edna because we've had a long running joke for a long time. We've known each other for a long time. So I make it a point to bring her up. And I want everybody to keep Lotus in their thoughts too. Lotus is not feeling good and having a lot going on. So if you keep her in her prayers, I'd appreciate her in your thoughts. Send her some light and love. A couple other people in here. I'm going to start bringing a list in on my prayer chain and bring it in here for you guys, because most of them are folks right here with us. They come in and go out of Oracles or Tuesday Talk. Last time we said her name more than 3 times, she came in all frisky and all wound up. Man, she was as feisty as all get out. So, yeah, I don't try to say her name more than 3 times just in case she's listening. And she does come back and watch the replay when I'm hoping she's resting. She's been doing really good, so I'm really happy. Thinking of asking Gem for a reading for my sister? You should. Man, I may have to ask her to stop doing mine because she's been on point lately, man. And sometimes it's scary. As Jules would say, she's balls on, man. So, yeah. Sometimes I think right now this is a dream world. Hey, man, there's people like that already, Jules, that kind of have that sense of life. But, yeah, you should. Freak her out in a good way. Yeah, you should. She'd probably do it. Just give her the information. I think she still has to have her consent. Yeah, she is scary good. She is. I don't think people realize, the people that really don't come in here and listen and watch, that dead ball's accurate. Yeah, baby, she is. That's how you say it. I'm just a fragment of your imagination. Your imagination. I am, but never was. Remember that. That's who I am. I know who I am. I am that never was. Used to have a friend, actually John, would come and would leave. Hey, Cindy Lee, how you doing there, sweetie? I hope you're doing good today. Had his heads. Then I should have kept reading, huh? I had a splitting headache. Oh, you're fine, hon. I appreciate you coming in. You get rest. When you got a migraine or a splitting headache, man, I totally get it. I used to get migraines, still get them, not as much as I used to. They were the worst. Some days that's a very real possibility in my mind. It's dark and scary in here. Honey, you should crawl around in my head sometime. I'll show you dark and scary. I enjoy Gemma's reading. Oh yeah. Yes, I totally agree. There is an energy flowing. Yeah, there is. Okay, I will do it. Yeah, seriously, Flo. It'd be a good little treat for her. Was it for her? What was it? Just to do it? Not like a birthday gift or anything. If you're just doing it to do it, yeah, perfect. It doesn't matter anyways, because I think she still has to have her consent. So you'll have to ask Gemma how's that work and go from there. She would probably love to do it. She can use the cash too. So $20 ain't bad. Whatever she's charging now, I think that $20 was done. But still, she's still cheaper than a lot of the other ones. That's for sure. I saw somebody the other night. I was running through, just seeing who was all out there. And there's one person that does readings they'll do a whole reading in a chat, but she will only do those who give her money. And the one card thing, plus Gemma talks to the crowd, and has gotten to know quite a few of you. So that makes her contacts and your guys a lot more helpful. And when she's on a good ramble, that just sparks up her energy even more. I think when she's really on a roll is when she's really at her most talkative. And that's when you see her really nailing it. It just flows out of her. Jules, I stay in darkness so others don't need to be lost in it. Kind of sound like me. I'm one of those people that like to get lost because I like finding my way back. And I pick up whoever's on the way to follow. Hey, come on, I'll get you out of here. I'm lost too, but we'll find our way. It will just be a Friday night. My sis is a little touched, just like my mom was, as he grins. Okay. But, even one card, Dragon knows. Yes, I do know. I do know. Yeah, I wander around all the time. I love picking up strays and taking them back. Here, let me help you find your way back. I'm looking too. We can have fun while we do it. I can't seem to find true darkness. There's always a minimum. Now, believe me, Jules. I think Dragon can agree with me. You don't want to spend too much time in the darkness because the darkness can eat you alive. And it's never a good thing. It's always good to get out, stand in the light for a little bit, soak up its beautiful rays. One card can change your life. I don't know if I would agree that slow, but I have seen it happen, so I guess I do in a way have to agree with it. Exactly. Thank you, Dragon. Yeah, it's true. You don't want to stay in that darkness. Believe me, I've been in that darkness for a long time, a while back. It's not a good thing. Especially when you're already angry at the world and you've been bullied and beat up. So as a young man, you decide to take a route that's supposed to have helped you. That's why I like the ring so much, is because I let all my aggression out in there. But when I was in that ring, I was in blackness. You can't live in that too long. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's important to stand in that sunshine, stand in that glow. It's probably a good thing. A good, I think, can't find because I'm terrified of dark. Yeah, if you're afraid of the dark, or at least worried about the deep darkness, don't go into it. It's, like I said, it's not a good thing. Yeah, Gemma gave me a lot to think about, and I did have a long heart-to-heart talk today. I don't like it, but I will accept the decision and stand by him. As Cindy, that is a hard decision. And believe me, I've been there. That's why I didn't say much the other night. And I've been there when somebody had to make when they've made a decision and you weren't ready for them to make that decision. And there's not much you can do, because if they already got their tone set, you don't want to accept it, and you don't have to accept it. You can always still keep fighting for them in your own little way. Maybe someday in the next time here you have with him, you might say the right thing to make him want to fight again. But it's hard. I know it is, hon. I know it is. You are the light. That's the thing. I was just going to say that too, Dragon, is you can't stand in darkness, Jules, and there's always a light, because you are that light. Sometimes your light shines so bright you even see it. Some people that shine really bright don't see their own light. I don't think Edna did for a long time. I had to tell her, honey, you shine brighter than you think you do. It's time to see you stop and see it. And maybe you'll understand it a little better. I agree, Dragon. Hugs. Yeah, because that's a rough decision. And if I was standing beside you, Cindy, I would be giving you a big hug right now. It's hard. It is hard. My father told me to never sit down at a game with less money than you are prepared. Just been exactly. I always looked at life as a kind of a poker game. Never take more than 2 cards. I've only taken 1 card so far. I don't plan on taking another card. And it is very bright. She is. Oh, thanks. I don't know. I know I have my moments I shine. I've seen my light. Like I said, people joke when I say I know who I am. I know what I am. And I do. Sometimes it may not come off as it, but I do. I'm content with who I am. A lot of people may not like that, but life goes on, don't it? I have bad days and good days just like everybody else. But I appreciate it. And I have seen my own light. I know I could shine bright. And I do it for others. Just like Dragon. I don't mind being a beacon, even in the worst of times. Believe me, I've been a beacon enough to know that there are bad things that are drawn to you too. Slow, my pops taught me to never loan out any money you wouldn't give away. That's a good one too. I'm still going to try to persuade him to have the surgery. And that's okay, Cindy. Do it. Just do it with a little bit more love and understanding. That's what it's about, hon. Jules, my mom said that. See, that's some of the things you're saying I've heard before too in my own family. Believe in yourself and trust in yourself. But most of all, love yourself. That is the key to becoming a true self. Yes, that is true. Heck, I know I can be a pain in the butt and everything, but I love myself. I know who I am. I understand who I am. That's the key. And I'm proud to say that I probably discovered that probably about 15 years ago, 16 years ago. I knew before that, but you even wake up even more after special life changes happen. You would thought that it would have happened after like the second or third time I walked through the door, death's door, but it was probably after the 5th time, the last time, that I really woke up to everything. But I always knew who I was and what I am, and I've always been okay with that. The Black Dragon, he's a good man. Like so many of you people in this room, you guys don't understand how much all you guys shine. That's even the people in chat. That's people even the one. I'll spit it out right. Even the folks who are just ghosting me right now, watching the stream and just hanging out. You shine too, because I pick you guys up too. Somebody came in the chat about in one of Oracle's, I think 2 weeks ago. And I wish they would have spoke up, because whoever it was that came in that night was having a very, very bad day. And I felt them. I wish I knew who it was, but they never spoke. They never came in the chat, but they watched for a while. I hope they heard what they needed. And that happened again last night too. There was somebody in this chat watching who could have used some, use some love, and they just didn't speak up. But that's all right. I think they honestly heard what they needed to hear or see what they needed to see. Because I didn't feel it by the end of this chat unless they left. But I don't think they left. I'm a beacon and a billboard for every weirdo. Hey, we all get that too, Jules, believe me. Women more so. I'm feeling the I have walked down more than one dark road. I think most of us have. I've been in the darkness at one point or another, or in and out of it. I'm not a weirdo. I'm just a little strange. Hey, I'm proud to say that I'm not. I'm about as unnormal as you can get at moments. Wacko weird. What? I'm just watching chat. Let you guys talk. I love it when you guys talk. We had a good conversation going. I felt bad having to stop to put the video, do the upload, but I'm telling you, I got to do my Gemma replays. That's what this is all about. That's what Saturdays are for. But I don't want to do too much of a catalog, so I probably start backing off here pretty soon. I'm getting to the point where I'm almost getting ready to show her newer ones, and I don't want to do that. I want people to go back and watch her library because she's got some good stuff. Okay. Ghost, I just got the message that, well, keep us informed. I'll let Gemma know. They brought her back, but she's non-responsive. Oh, and you're fit right in, Julie. They not Dave. Now I have the Doors song in my head. Hey, there's nothing wrong with the Doors. I don't mind them once in a while. And he's still alive anyway, so where he was. There's some of these singers fake their deaths. And, the only one that probably didn't, not only because she did him in, and that's Kurt Cobain. People are strange. I knew what you were talking about. Then people are strange. And it's only going to get stranger, folks. I think we all know that now. We've seen it. It's going to only get weirder, crazier, more insane. And that's why I keep telling people, what's to come is going to come. You better hold on to your butts and whatever you got to do to make things right, make it right. Yeah, I've been praying for it too. So is she gone or do we not know? She's non-responsive. Okay. Yeah, because Gemma knew her pretty good for a while there. Until she had to stop doing FaceTimes. See, Gemma goes through this time period, goes through this thing. Sometimes she don't mind doing FaceTime, but sometimes it's not a good thing for her. And I understand why. But she does the best she can. Her remote readings are still usually dead on. I will say that. By the way, anybody that's watching in the background, ghosting, you got questions about what Gemma does, how you can reach her, I should put. She does do personal readings. I don't think she's doing the $20 ones anymore. She don't charge much. They might be $40, but I can find out. But I'm going to put her address in the chat here. Oops, maybe. There we go. And yeah, feel free to contact her and let her know that you would like a reading. They're awesome. And it's amazing. She is amazing. She even freaks me out. There you go. And also, if you got encounters, please feel free to send them to Gemma. I want to, like I said, one of her big things is the listener encounters. Sometimes I just ghost because I don't want her to focus on me. I get it. Is that a bruise on your arm, Ghostly? Yes, a big one. I got two of them, actually. This one happened a while ago. This one was today. Actually, if you look at it, it kind of looks like a heart. But yeah, I fell today. I've been working in the yard. I hit a rut. And on top of that was the foot that I already had problems with. So that was like, and I literally have been pulling it in and out of a bucket of ice because it got really huge. When I finally stopped today, it was like, not cool. But, it's been going on for 2 years. It just got worse. Well, what happened was I was cutting the grass. And we have a part in the backyard where they cut a tree out, and it's starting to sink now, and I'm trying to get it all taken care of. I was cutting the grass one day, hit a rut, twisted it about 2 years ago, and I'm pretty sure I heard something snap, but I just kept cutting the grass, and just pain went away because I deal with pain pretty good. I hate to say it. So I just kind of blew it off. Last week I was cutting the grass and tripped over a stone out in the front yard, but I wasn't paying attention, backing up. Same leg. They got bad, and then it's been a pain since. Then earlier today I was standing out in the yard tilling dirt and trying to get ready to get flowers in. Stepped a little too close to a hole I was digging, and down I went and hit the fence. Hey. So that's things you have to deal with when you have tremors, because sometimes they throw you off a little bit. Got to be more careful. We're not young chickens anymore. No, we're not. High tolerance of pain seems we have more in common, Dragon. Yes, I had to learn, Dragon, a long time ago how to deal with pain, because you got to remember, I rock in my sleep and stuff, and my body actually, when I started becoming a teenager, I started noticing, the aches and pains, and it took a toll on my bones and stuff, because in being in constant motion and then always in motions, you wouldn't think. Like I said, the weight now I'm trying to lose weight again because they put me back on prednisone. It does help, but if I take it more than a couple of weeks, boom, I gain weight. So now I'm trying to take it back off again. But anyways, so I've learned I've learned to deal with pain a long time ago. That's why I won't compare pain with other people, because way you feel, Dragon, or way Slow feels pain, or Jules feels pain, is so much different. Their 8 and 9 level pain is probably different than my 8 or 9 level pain. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like comparing pain, but I've learned to deal with it a long time ago. Sometimes it gets on my nerves and I get a little grouchy. Today I get a little grouchy because it was really, it was really throbbing. Put me on edge a little bit, because there's nothing worse than you get a throbbing pain than you got tremors. It was just not making me a happy camper. But other than that, I deal with it pretty good. It takes a lot to really make me cry when it comes to that type of pain. I've split myself open, clean open, looked at it and said, oh, well. People are like, how come you're not in pain? Oh, I'm in pain, believe me. Mind over matter. Yep. That's basically it. I was in a town in Alaska called Wounded Knee. I think there's a couple places actually called Wounded Knee in there. Somebody correct me on that, please. But I believe there's a couple towns here in the United States that's called Wounded Knee. I was accident prone. Pain became my second nature. I wasn't as much. I had lived with 2 hernias over 30 years now, and didn't even know that I had them. Oh, that sucks. I had a belly hernia. Man, you talking? That was not a good one. But actually, I dealt with it pretty good. He was like, "Aren't you in pain?" I was like, "Yeah, it hurts." But it was worse I said the most pain I felt out of that was bending over or sitting for a long period of time. That's like when I stream now. It's not pain that's getting me. It doesn't help when I'm having muscle spasms. Like right now, I'm having muscle spasms down by the foot that I've hurt. And that's not feeling too good. But hey. Yes, that happened at Wounded Knee. Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Alaska, 1973. I still have mine. You still have yours? Well, I still have mine too. They have one of those hernia meshes in it. And then that screwed up the first one they put in. I got lucky and got a little money out of a lawsuit they had because of it. Not much, but it helped. Then they had to replace it. It doesn't bother me now. They did a better job too. But the first guy that did fix it the first time, man, I was sketchy of him in many ways. And I was sketchy at the hospital because it was Doctors West here in Columbus. The hospital doesn't have the best reputation. And in that hospital, every time I went to the hospital, that was one of the hospitals that I've seen some of the worst, craziest, scariest stuff in my life was in that hospital. That hospital did not have a good rep. And the things that were in it showed me why it didn't have. Chris YouTube. But yeah, to have yours still. And some people have them all their lives. Docs told me if I didn't feel the pain, then nothing to worry about. If you're good with it and it's not messing with you, as long as you know wary of it, you know of it, and you know there could be a problem from it, I don't see why mess with it until you have to. That makes sense. And it saves you money. Why have the unnecessary surgery or whatever you have to fix it? If you're good, and you'll know if it goes bad. I'm Dragon, I'm sure you would anyway, so. No problem. Chris is the man. Chris, Ryan, Nightmare. I was kind of hoping he'd pop in tonight. I like Nightmare. Black Dragon. There's what they're called. I call them my internet libraries. I go blank or have a problem spitting something out. One of them seemed to pop in at the right time. Here you go. Because as much as I'm getting used to streaming, I still have moments when I just can't get crap out. Pains just tells you alive. That's what I tell most people. Most doctors, I just tell them, pain just lets me know I'm alive. When I don't feel the pain anymore, then I'll be concerned. That's like my rocking. I always tell my kids, dudes, if I'm asleep for more than an hour and I'm not moving, check me. So my son Lily comes down and checks me. It's funny, he sticks his head in this. He's moving. He's good. I'm smart too. I don't know if I'm smart. Well, there's a lot of smart people in this chat. I wouldn't. I'm just saying those are the guys that always seem to pop in at the right time and give me the answer I need. That's what I love about it. And I need people like that because it's not that I don't know. It's just getting it out. It's not like the old days. And since the tremors and stuff gotten worse, it's been weird. And you people talk about my voice being soothing, and there are days I literally cannot talk. Or I'm stuttering so bad it's not even funny. Unity, South Dakota, of course, is famous for the massacre. Okay. Yeah, because I thought I heard another place somewhere, not actually, it was a town or something named Wounded Knee, but I can't remember if it was here. Not here in Ohio, but in the country. Anyways, I know of the famous places. South Dakota. My dad wants to move to North Dakota because they don't pay state tax. You can move to Japan and get property real cheap. You could buy a house in Japan, a nice one, for probably $32 easy with property. Actually, we've been looking into it. Actually, the one monk monastery I was looking at is actually in Japan that I've been talking to all these years. Is in Japan. It's on the other side of Mount Fuji. Well, hello, Vixen Doe. How are you, dear? Yes, it is morning then. I hope you're having a good weekend, dear. Good to see you. So many places to visit. Damn, my list keeps getting. Oh, there's a lot of cool places here. But then again, where you're from, Slow, I would love to go there and just wander. See, I love Japan. Spent most of my time in Tokyo because they lived just outside of Tokyo when I went. But Tokyo was so much fun. I went all over, but I was there for a month. I didn't want to leave. Just like when I went to Colorado and I was up in the Rockies, I didn't want to leave. I liked it there. I was comfortable there. Wandering is great. Yeah, I love to wander. You know, it's that's why I don't like to fly. I'd rather drive. It's not that I don't like airplanes anymore, because I don't. I mean, I've flown before, but I'd rather drive because you get to see more and experience more. I just want to go to a hot spring and just soak. Well, we do that on our own now, Dragon, but you just get the bathtub going and flame it up a little bit. Good night, Ron. You have a good night, sir. Thank you for hanging with us in the background. I appreciate it. Yeah, kind of slow after. That's what we do. So enjoy yourself. Have a wonderful night. Appreciate you hanging with us. Have a good Sunday and a good start to your week. And do appreciate you hanging with us. As I would say, as Cindy knows what I'll say. And hopefully we'll see you on the flip side. I love getting lost in my. I do too. I honestly do. Haunt tubs aren't the same. No, they're not. No, they're not. I agree, Glad. I do agree. Not all those who wander are lost, Jay, are our token. Yep, that is true. That is very true, actually. Yes, Ron, you have a wonderful Sunday. I do appreciate those who hang out and just listen. Like I said, chime in anytime you want. If you've got questions, I'll answer what I can. I'm not Gemma, so I can't do what she does. Though when I'm with her, though, I do help. I pick up more on things. It's like it's like sometimes when we're together and chat and stream, I pick up with her. I pick up stuff on her and pick up stuff, with her. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends on my day, too. And then you get all you guys going and lit up like light bulbs. This place gets a rocking sometimes, especially on Oracle nights. Gemma is like, yeah, she is. She is, Dragon. She is. I don't think she realizes sometimes how much she really is. I mean, when I was with her in Jersey, when we were driving around and stuff, it's like I was seeing stuff that I usually don't see with her, with people, or by myself. All of a sudden with her, I was seeing stuff. I think there were times that we were seeing the same stuff. When I went to the doctors with her, I think she was shocked that I was actually seeing. But see, I see the things that follow people. So it wasn't uncommon for me to see the addiction demons that I was seeing following people around in that place, because there was a lot of them. When we were outside, this guy come up to bum a smoke. The thing that was with him was not pretty. Vixen toe flirt. Yeah, you start sliding that bacon out, you call everybody in. But yeah, Gemma, I will say this. Like I said, when you guys were all in chat with her and Oracle, she could be having a really bad day. Within 5 minutes of her being in stream, you can see the transformation. And then everybody pretty much lights up after that. I started seeing shadows after my first reading with Gemma, before I could only sense them. She might have opened up something. Yeah. There was one night somebody came in. I think it was Shelly. And something triggered her, and it just, all kinds of weird stuff went down that night. Even the angels described in the Bible are downright freaky. Oh, yeah. People don't realize that normal. I don't like to say it that way. I said, but most people don't realize how scary most angels really look, or weird, or literally out of this world. Stop making me laugh. My neighbors will call the cops. But yeah, she does that to people too. It's like when she does interviews. That chat. And I've been in these rooms, when I watch these people that she, like Wayne and Michelle and MBR, and I watch these guys and all these other people that she's done interviews with. Their chat are pretty going, because she comes into a chat room and she comes on the stream, and it's like that chat just blows up. And it helps too. She's a little good looking, but it's a lot of her is what the energy she creates. And I mean, you get on a good ramble, that just lights everything up. Do you remember Lamp Ghost? Yeah. They're killing me, dude. Lamp. If people actually saw angels, they would say they were demons. Yes. Yes. This is true. And I'm noticing more and more YouTube videos and shorts coming out, kind of showing people that angels aren't what you think they are. They can be perceived. They can give themselves the perception of that image, but they themselves, that's why they tell you when they come to you, fear me not. So maybe some of the things following people are their guardian angels. Usually I can pick up on that, Vixen, but usually most of the time most of the time I pick up on it, if they're good or bad. Because even some of the scary stuff I know is not what others may perceive it as be, that I know it's good, it's there to protect that person. And it's not, it's just the way it is. But yeah, you usually tell the difference. So when I say that I see a lot of scary stuff with people, I mean scary stuff. I mean, this person's probably going through some serious dark stuff. Everyone has a guardian spirit. Just most don't want to believe in them. That's true too. That is true too. Yeah. No, yeah. I figured you were the way you asked that. Yeah. I can usually tell the difference. So when I say that there's scary, I'm seeing scary stuff following people, I mean scary stuff. I mean, this is not good stuff. This is, because I've seen actual angels with people where the glow, I don't know if I've actually seen, like a real angels, but I think you know what I'm saying. There's usually the shadows a little more, or what I'm seeing is usually either a shadow that's comes off kind of more of a soft tone, or a bright light that follows the people. But yeah, usually I know right off instinct. So that's why I always say, there's something bad following somebody. There was something bad following somebody. Like I said, this couple, this elderly couple I see in Kroger, I saw them again today. And I hadn't seen them for months, so I was kind of worried about them. They come into Kroger every Saturday. They got to be close to my dad's age. They got to be in their 90s. They're still holding hands. They still talk to each other with loving tone. It's amazing to see, but there's always this thing that follows them, and it's always wrapped around them, and it holds them very tight, and it's very good, whatever it is. I always wanted to talk to them, but I'd have the guests to go up and talk to them because you don't want to be strange. But they come in, get their groceries, and they leave. I say goodnight to anybody watching over me every night before I go to sleep. I do too. I know I have 3 guardian spirits with me at all times. The fox, a huge black bear, and a silver gray dragon. Cool. At least you know what they are and who they are. That's a good thing. I can sense energy. Angels are strong and ancient and positive. Yes. Oh, yes. And most angels, you'll know right off rip. You'll know them right off rip. It's really, there's a warmth that comes over you. That literally just bathes over your body. I think what happened to me in the cemetery when I was 12, I think that was an angel that I saw, because I went from cold to the warmth. I felt so relaxed, so in tune. It was the feeling was just so amazing. It was so much warmth, and you could feel the love. I mean, it's like we were talking earlier, Dragon, just like some of the bad stuff we've seen. It's hard to describe. It's unsettling. Where this is like that opposite. It's so amazing. It's hard to describe. You really can't put it in words. That is cool that she knows who they are. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I was shocked to find out that my spirit animal is an owl. I've had 3 people now. I've actually gone and asked. And I've had 3 people tell me, even Patricia, yeah, your spirit animal is an owl. I'm like, are you serious? Yeah. And I always made a joke that it was an amphibian, like a salamander or a newt. But she goes, no, it's an owl. Taking a mental break. Glad I woke up early. Have you fixed me a cup of coffee yet, Slow? I really could use one. So how many of you here, and those ghosting, if you want to participate, how many of you know what your spirit animal is? Now, I know Vixen does. I'm sure Dragon does. Slow Motion, do you? Cindy does. Hers is an eagle. Mine has always been a dragon, panther, and a wolf. I don't know what my other 2 are, if there's other 2, but the only reason I make a big deal about dragons, that was my name when I kickboxed, was Ghost Dragon. And I didn't stick the ghost on till later, till I started hanging out with Black Dragon, because they'd say dragon, we'd both answer. And then I'd realize, and I should have known that most of the time they were talking to Black Dragon anyways, but I went ahead and put the ghost back on it. But I've always had a fascination with dragons. Always. Ever since I was a kid. Always considered dinosaurs really dragons too, in their own right. The kettle is on. I think mine is buffalo. Ooh. Buffalo is a good one. Yeah, I actually went to I paid $10 for one lady. She actually would give me a pretty good reading for that too. I was really shocked. She actually said some things that Gemma said. And I paid 20 for another. They both said I was an owl. Both the readings were pretty close to what Gemma had given me. There's that Ryan guy, Wendy Walker dude that eats Cheetos. How you doing tonight there, sir? We're going to get together and you'll have to tell me that encounter you had. Hey, I am incredible. You're fine. It's my fault. It's always my fault. Dragons are strength, solid. Yes. The fox and the bear might throw shamanic journey. Yeah, there you go. I'm tired. I was super, super tired. I spent a long. Yeah, I was out today working too, so I know how you feel. Man, when we talked earlier, I played a round of Fortnite with Little Man. I was sitting here and I was still covered in dirt. I tried to get in the shower earlier and Giles beat me to it. But I was covered. So when I texted you, because I felt bad I didn't answer you back last night. But I got to hear this encounter. So we'll have to do that over the phone. Yes, I've always been amazed with dragons. I've always had a thing for dragons. But I laughed because I always pick on Edna about the owls. And then to be told that by 3 different people that is my spirit animal. I was like, wait till I sit down and tell that. I was going to say something last night. But when I do the list, it's really hard to talk in chat because I'm trying to keep tabs of everybody. I bet I am because from what you said so far, it's got my interest peaked really, really well. The witness spooked right out of, oh, really? And cool. Called the Buffalo Tanaka. Wow. Okay. I can't wait. Ooh. Yeah, because I don't know if it's something you're going to put in your book. So I don't want. I was going to say you could tell us about it in Tuesday talk, but I'd rather you save that if it's for the book. But I got to hear some of this. You were playing it up pretty good. So, I mean, I've had some stories. I've had some encounters told to me about some crazy stuff that people see. And then some of the trucker ones and some of the doctor ones. And like I said earlier, you missed it, but we played one of Gemma's hospital ones where she talked about hauntings and stuff. I'm not putting that one in the book. Oh, really? If it's that good, you should. But your book is basically about what? Skinwalkers this time, or the Wendigos? Or both of them? I didn't know if you were focusing on Squatch, or are you just going to make it about cryptids in general? Can I claim Bigfoot as a spirit animal? I know, but I know Smooshy would try to too, said B. So you're right there. I definitely know Smoochy would try to say that's her spirit animal. First book is Wendigo. Second book is okay. I'm not going to say it because every time Ye Natalushi. Did I say that right? I'm trying. The dragon showed up when I was living in the RV where I had my first night paralysis event. Maybe he was sent to protect me from what was trying to get into the RV. Might be. Dragon, you might be able to connect with Dragon. Your energy is greater than most people. Oh, thanks, dude. But I don't know. I'll tell you what. Like I said, I've always associated dinosaurs. Because we're now starting to realize that dinosaurs were not really what they thought dinosaurs looked like back then. That we're finding, more information about them and stuff. But anyways, I've always had. I fell in love with dinosaurs because of Godzilla and all of them. And then I went right into dragons. And I have this. In fact, I consider Godzilla a dragon. He breathes fire, and not all dragons fly. To me, Godzilla is a dragon. And just like I tell people, I think King Kong is the king of the Sasquatch. Now, people argue with me that he's a great ape, but he stands upright, he pretty much acts like a Squatch, smarter, just as smart. So, but yeah, I've always had and most dragons are protectors. Yes, they are. There's some bad ones out there, but keep her wisdoms too. Yep, King Ghidorah is a dragon. He's a space dragon because he's not from here. He's from space. Space dragon. Just like Space Godzilla. I always cracked up at that movie because Space Godzilla was created from the Bionicle movie, where a piece of it floated out in space and generated a whole new, different type of Godzilla. My little brother used to call me that when I was little. The rest I'm a big fan of his. Yes, Ryan and my dad would get along great. I bet those two would have a conversation. My dad's a big time wrestling fan too, ever since he was a kid. You think? Can also be blamed for Space Gojira? Yeah, I guess he could now that I think about it, yeah. He's like calling him the Man Beast. Man Beast. That's such a weird movie. There you go. There's a B movie for you to watch tonight. Man Beast. Sorry, I just take it out. There she is. It was just a matter of time. How long have you been listening, Edna? How many times have we said your name? Can you tell us how many times we've said your name? Huh? Can you? Hello, evening, little lady. The Andrew Theory. I hope you're having a good night, Edna. Did you wake up? Did we wake you up? Just got here. Yes, I know you just got here. Ghost, have we adopted Ryan yet? Yes, we basically have. Gemma's been calling him as her little brother. So I guess he's been adopted. Of course, you woke me up. Hey, my crickets are quiet, so it wasn't them. And yes, I do have a big old bruise on my arm that's shaped like a heart. I knew it was a matter of time before you see it and like Cindy say something about it. Gemma she's the Leah to my Luke. Hey now. No brother kissing. No sister and brother kissing. You're lit. She did. She cracks me up. And she just started getting into Star Wars. I got so much to turn her on to. Oh, and guess what I got my pop to watch tonight, Ryan? Now that they have it on Netflix. -1. He totally enjoyed it. And I sat and watched it again. And they did a really good job with the dubbing. I still didn't mind reading the subtitles. But I got to give them, Toho must have oversaw the dubbing on the Netflix dub version of -1 because I was really impressed. That one, soon she'll be calling you scruffy looking nerf herder. Who, me? Nice. Yeah, he really liked it. It is the best. Yeah, I was shocked that they took it. They started showing it on Netflix, but I heard that they're not going to release it here in DVD or Blu-ray or 4K until 2025, which really sucks. But whoever did the dubbing for it did a fantastic job. And they better have, because it's an Oscar. It's got its Oscar. Nobody can knock Godzilla down now. He's got his Oscar. The movie is a masterpiece. I was really impressed with it. I think Dad was too. He really got caught up in it. And he got caught up in the story, which is even more amazing because most people won't. You know what I mean? But yeah, I walked in. He was about halfway through it. And he was like into it. And I was having a hard time keeping my mouth shut, giving the movie away. Cindy Norris, Mama Lee, you might enjoy the Paniki Blackfoot Bigfoot story project. They have a story of the Blackfoot boy and the Bigfoot medicine man person. Ooh. Yeah. I resembled that mark. That remark. You resembled that mark. I'd have to check it out. Yeah. Yes, I do too. Godzillasaurus. See, to me, it was nice that he added that touch. My dad was like, at the beginning of the movie, I was sitting there watching him. He was like, because we were eating dinner. And he was like, that's Godzilla. He's not as big as I thought he'd be. I go, well, just wait, Dad. Just wait. But he liked it. My brothers also used to call me a Wookiee. Now, you're one of those hairy guys. I'm starting to lose mine finally. But it's still thick, I gotta say. This always comes in. My son gets so mad I'd shave the next day. I'd have stubble. Or that night. He's like, how do you do it? I go, start shaving. Usually once you start shaving, it starts growing. I'm trying to stop being a soy boy. No, but yeah, I love that movie. I think I'm just going to go ahead. I've got contacts in Tokyo, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and have somebody buy it for me there and send me a copy of that. Slow motion walks around singing a parody of Lip Bizkit. I did it all for the Wookiee. The Wookiee. Just making sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, now that it's on Netflix, I'm going to make Gemma watch it. I don't think she's ever watched a Godzilla movie. I'm not sure if she ever has watched a Godzilla. Hair just holds up a hat until your ears are ready. I try not to wear a hat too much. I do wear sometimes too much. My problem is I get broke out right here. My dad says he went bald from wearing a hat way too much. We'll make a Gojira fan out of her yet. It's not that she's not a fan. I just don't think she's really watched Gojira, Godzilla before. And she may have and just don't remember. I don't know. She's watching, Gemma. If you're watching or watch the replay, let us know. We'd appreciate it if you've ever watched a Godzilla movie. It's funny because I was with her, staying with her mom. Man, she loved her mom loves full moon pictures. I was laughing. I didn't know that she has Lily boxes upon boxes of VHSs, and I should have took them. She offered them to me, and I should have took them when I was there before they moved, because I should have took them. She had almost all the full moon pictures. She had all the subspecies movies, Mandarin, all that stuff. I should have took. When my dad went bald, I made him feel better by telling him that it wasn't a bald spot, it was a solar panel from the sex. I love it. That's awesome. That actually make a good T-shirt, and somebody would probably wear it. I'm not bald. It's just a solo panel from this sex machine. I have Subspecies playing right now. Ha! Great minds. Yes, I watched them all out the other week. I literally watched them in order. When I watch certain movies, I have to watch them in order. I watched those. I watched all the Predators. I'm watching. I want to find a box set of Alien or Aliens, all of them, including the Prometheus and the other one. I want to get all those, but I want the Alien movies to be all the director's cut and special editions that they release later on. But if you find a box set now, it's just the regular theatrical stuff. I want the special edition ones where all the extra footage has been put back in. I was hoping Jules come back in with news about Tracy. Did she leave? I didn't see her leave. Well, Jules, you left. I didn't say goodnight. Well, she might pop again. It's hard to tell. No, the military demands experience during Vietnam years. They wanted to know if people were with long hair actually did have better perception skills. It proved to be true. I like my hair. It's a Samson theory. I love Suspicious series, but the last one is really awful. Yeah, the newest one where they kind of go back and look at him. Yeah, I wasn't really. It was all right, but no, the first three. That's right. The first three are so good. It's so much fun. I don't. My hair is to my waist. Yes, you do have long hair, don't you, Edna? She's a hippie lady. That's what makes her so smart. She's a hippie. She's one of these hippie ladies. I have spare copies of Aliens Blu-ray Ghost that have the special editions on there. You want me to send it to you? I'll pay for it. I don't want it for free. I'll pay for it. Because that's what I want. I want the director's cut. I think the first one, Alien, is the director's cut where they added in the scene where they find him, the captain, all webbed up, and the other ones were called special editions. Proud boomer baby hippie here. You damn straight, said. Now you should be proud. I'm glad you came in. The first Species movie won an award for the best kiss ever. Oh, the Species one with the girl. Or are you talking about Subspecies? Species with the girl, the alien, whatever it was. Those are the first two are really good, and the other ones just got meh. Mine too, Edna. I've been thinking about getting it cut, but I'm not sure yet. Okay, Ryan, I got it. Let me look. Oh, heck yes. Yeah, dude. Just tell me I'll pay for it. Just let me know. We'll talk later. I'll take that off your hands. I want to get them all. I want all the special editions. I'm having a hard time finding them. Oh, you have the third one too? Is that the special edition too? Dude, I'm watching them just show up. First movie. The first movie, yeah. She's hot anyways. Oof. And how long hair is sexy wherever the ladies Dragon, you're killing me. My hair is super thick and long. It's easier to keep than if I cut it short. Probably. Though I had a niece on my ex's side, which is probably my ex-niece now, but she had really long hair. And she took real good care of it. It was beautiful. And I was so bummed when she cut it. It was like, why'd you cut it? You're as bad as me, Ryan. He's sending me pictures of the DVDs. You're a bigger geek than I am. I love it. Besides, I'm not ready to look like my uncle. What, Uncle It? She's going to get me now. It's thick and hot in the summer months, and I get headaches if I pull it up. That shot. Heritage. Teenage me is calling. Teenage me is calling. I'm 100% a total geek. I know you are. I am too. My son cracks me up, man. He's like, dude. And I made him kind of one too. So I think all my kids are in one way or another. I wouldn't kid that. Scared. Ashley, she was probably about 8, 9. I don't know. It was when they showed it on with Tim Curry, on television for the first time. And I go, you got to see this clown. She comes in just as he was sticking his face out of the sewer and looking through the sewer, talking to the kid. And she's watching, all of a sudden gets all, she freaked out. Now she hates crowds. I feel so bad. But she is a horror geek. She likes horror movies just like her mom, my ex. She doesn't like horror movies. I had a hard time getting her to watch them. Nastasha is the reason why I hit. Yeah, she's hottie. She is a hottie. Many First Nation military members refused to cut their hair. Yeah, they did. I think the military was trying to prove that long hair had no place. That got a big wake-up call. You're not a geek. Oh, wait. Carry on. I'm a geek. I know I am. And I'm a nerd, too. I'm a little bit of, actually, I'm both. Because there is a difference between a geek and a nerd. Nerd is more educational. Geek is just fanboying to the max over certain sci-fi, science fiction. I just said sci-fi, so or the things they love the most. D&D. You probably played D&D, Ryan, didn't you? I bet you played D&D at one time. Now, Chris was playing. Chris plays D&D. I think he was playing at the time we were talking. Yeah, but they are our geeks. But they are our geeks. Yes, we are your geeks. I think Gemma called me a geek the other day. You really are a geek, aren't you? And I was like, yeah, I am a geek. I'm a kid at heart, and I will always be a kid at heart. I'm a geek in both departments. Yeah, I am too. I'm not going to complain. My hair grows. See, my hair grows real fast too. Now it's getting there already. Pretty soon I'll be able to make it look respectable. I did not like the way he cut it this time. I sure did. D&D was my jam back in the day. It was mine too, back in the day. It's been so long. I mean, I tried to take it up a few years back. I think it was either right before I got divorced or right after. And I had a hard time because I didn't have time. I was trying to survive. That's like I'd have to relearn all over again. But it wouldn't probably take long. Never did. Now, see, Chris Jarvis plays all that. I believe Chris Jarvis plays all that. He sent me a thing with everything. So I've been going down and going through it and checking it out. I don't know if he knows that, but yeah, he sent me a kind of like thing that I've been checking out. Yeah, there's a lot of us D&D guys in here. That's good to know. If it ain't D&D gathering. I watch a guy. Hey Ryan, have you ever heard of the Quartering? Jeremy? He was a big gathering guy. In fact, that's what he started this channel on. His YouTube channel was all about the gathering. So he had some issues with them because they kind of got woke. That the Vampire Masquerade, played them all. I haven't played too much of the other ones, but D&D was my jam back in the day. Probably the most time I played was probably my sophomore and junior year, a little bit of my senior year. I played a couple years after when I could. We're a family of geeks, nerds. Hey, we are the Misfits from Misfits Island. We're a bunch of misfit toys. And we're geeks at the running of it. Oh, yeah, I geek out so bad. Comic books, sci-fi. I still geek out over Matchbox cars. I was so bummed. I'm the den mother. Yes, you are, Edna. Yes, you are. Edna is the den mother. Her and Cindy and Gemma, sometimes she's just as bad as us, though, so I can't say anything. It is adequate. It's accurate. It's probably true. We have a few den mothers in here. I'm a huge X fan. See, here's the thing. It's funny because I'm a DC guy. Now, I like Marvel, always have. Love the X-Men in the day. But I'm a big Thor guy. I like comics that don't get a publicity, like Moon Knight. I loved Werewolf by Night, whatever, Werewolf, Dracula. I loved all those. Thor, Iron Fist, Iron Man, until he got a little too popular. But I was basically a DC guy, only because my dad was a big DC guy, and I got all his comic books. And all of his cowboy comic books, like Red Rider, Eighth Coast Bill. I like to see them do a Sergeant Slaughter movie. That would be a movie to do. Swamp Thing, yes, Man Thing. I always thought it's funny, like DC would come out with the character and then Marvel would come out with almost the opposite. Yeah. The Max. Now, I like the Max. I actually have a first print of it put away. Spawn, I have the first 5 issues put away. Those I didn't sell. Shadowhawk was okay. Youngblood wasn't bad. Wildcats, actually, Giles loved the cartoon. Power Man and Iron Fist, Cloak and Dagger, yes. I feel sorry for my sister when I got over there. Me and my big bro are just going to nerd out. There you go. That's what you do, too. I used to play online using freeform style. You see, I think, isn't that what you do, Chris? Wildcats was great. Yeah, actually, I'm so happy because I found them on YouTube. So I was watching them on YouTube. He had a crush on Voodoo. Buddy. That's hilarious. I thought you were going to say on Grifter. That's funny. Voodoo. No, I play over Discord. Oh, okay. Hold on one sec. You folks keep. He's not even a gamer. Okay, you play on Discord. Okay. That was Hubba Hubba as well. Guys. He's not even a gamer. I'll tell you what. When my kids got a hold of the Coleco I had, that's all it took. Next thing I know, I was going up in ranks. I mean, we still have our Sega. I used to have the Coleco, but it bit the dust. It wasn't even worth it anymore. But still have my Sega CD, 64-bit. I have the PlayStation 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and now the 5. I have an Xbox and an Xbox. We have an Xbox and an Xbox One. And then he has the new Xbox. I'm not a big Xbox fan for some reason. But to me, I never understood with Xbox, they could have literally just made that a computer with you could do anything you wanted on it. They just, to me, could have made that thing so much better. So could a PlayStation. So you just a big kid? Yes, I am just a big kid. I am just a big kid, really. Gemma will tell you I am just a big kid. I have fun just like any other kid. And it's not uncommon if there's a house full of kids and they're all playing G.I. Joe's or Matchbox. That's where I'm going. I'm going to go play with the kids with the Matchboxes. Ghost has all the consoles? Oh, yeah, I do. The only thing I don't have is a Super Nintendo. I don't have any of the Nintendos. But I was a Sega guy, PlayStation guy, Sony guy right off the rip. I always thought I had more games. PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. I mean, those games, there was so many to choose from. Same thing with 3. Yeah, they're all sitting out there. I'm hooking them all up now. We decided in the living room in the front part of the house, we put a big old TV out and a couple little, I'm going to put another monitor out and we're going to hook them all up. The PlayStation Vita is out there. He's got a Vita and I got I do have a Nintendo handheld, but he had it. He bought it a while ago. Nice one. That was a vintage one that he got off a friend. Yeah, he could hook it up, and I can entertain. Dad would love all you folks here. He would have a blast with you folks. My little sister, main designer at Dragon Age Online. Yeah, I think you told me that. That is awesome, though. She also worked on Ultima. Really? That's so cool. That is awesome. I will be metal detecting all the way. I can't wait. Me and my bro in the woods laughing and telling dad jokes. Hey, my dad wants to go get a metal detector. I'm thinking about getting one. I have a body of 100-year-old, but the mentality of a kid. That's basically me, Black Dragon. That's basically me. I'm the same way. My body keeps getting older, but my brain keeps getting younger. And in between, I'm doing this. So, slow motion. Speaking of dad jokes, where do you take someone who was injured in a peekaboo accident? The ICU. Oh, that is a dad joke. That's the way to be too. And as you know, she's that way. she's sweet and sour. I meant sweet and strong. I meant forget it. Nothing like the good old dad jokes. Have you seen the video with the two aliens, or the aliens all hiding behind a wall, and there's like stormtroopers and stuff walking around behind them, and they're telling dad jokes? It's hilarious. I'm glad everybody's having a good time. What time is it? Is it really 25 till 3? Wow. I got attacked. My mouth. I'm glad everybody comes in here and has a good time. That's what it's about. And folks, again, those I like to mention the folks who are just in the background watching Ghosts. Thank you so much for hanging with us. I hope you're having a good time. Dad jokes have stopped wars. I believe that. A lot of people hit 30 and lose the joy in life. Just because you grow up doesn't mean you have to be boring and but eating a whole grain healthy cereal. Isn't it the truth, Chris? Amen, brother. Thank you. That's true, though. And it does. There's, and these people do sometimes think that way. Someone snagged my Ghost Dragon water bottle. I can't find it. Are you serious? Oh, they took this? Yours? I'm working on your sweatshirt hoodie too. I need to get with her. I believe she still does them. So everything she hasn't given up on the shirts and stuff. She says she's still doing hoodies. So I'll make sure I get it. You wanted a purple one, right? If that's what I got written down, a large purple, right, Edna? And you want all the decal. And then I'll let you know what the deal is here. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I hope. But I don't think she'll have a problem doing them. I think she still has all the equipment. But yes, Chris, you said that well. It's so true. And I learned long ago that life is too short. People think that you have, and to be honest, I don't know how people want to live forever. I personally don't want to live forever. I really don't. Okay, cool. Thank you, Edna. I will make sure. Did you want, because see, on one sleeve I had Ghost Dragon, and on the other sleeve I had, GemmaJadeYT. Do you want both of that or just the YouTube? So when two vegans get into an argument, is it still called a beef? Someone is making me a water bottle with a beautiful mermaid setting under a full moon. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, right. That's great. I'll have to tell Dad that one. Both. Okay. I got you, Edna. No problem. Yeah, she's got a lot going on, so I have had a hard time. I didn't want to bug her, but Arisha's really nice, but she's got a lot going on, so I want to make sure that I give her all the correct information. Oh, there's all Ryan with the dad jokes is going strong. I drive my girlfriend nuts with dad jokes. I'll tell you what, my dad has some good dad jokes, but I can't tell them over the street. And I didn't expect these from him. It's funny. Mom goes, passes on. Took him a while, but man, when he snapped out of that, that man has been a roll. Man, because when he's in a good mood, man, he's just having a good old time. He's picking on everybody. Yeah. Eating vegans gives you a daily dose of green and some fruits. Is that like taking a little pill? The joking aside, I chose slow as my name for a reason. That's great. I'll also get funny looks saying arrested. Yeah, nowadays you're liable to, especially if you live in Canada. If you live in Canada, that's highly possible. Or Britain. I'm pretty close to being vegan. Meat doesn't taste well. You are you slowly getting your taste buds back now? Are you starting to taste and smell again? I'll tell you what. I blame Canada. Yeah, I'm going to blame Canada. You dang straight, I'm going to blame Canada. China too. But is it coming back? Do you notice if it's coming back, especially a nose? Kind of. I get a whiff of a scent once in a while. That's good. That means it is slowly coming back. It will come back. Sometimes it comes back, and I was told sometimes it doesn't. But you can trigger those senses. Just keep doing whatever you're doing. I'm the substitute Icelandic yogurt for ice cream. The cold brew coffee is delish. Ooh. I'll tell you what. That coffee brand coffee hat that I wear, Jeremy from the Cordy, is ordering his coffee. Man, I love that stuff. He's got a silk that is just a dark silk. Man, that stuff is like drinking Jolt, man, but it's good. He also had a really good peppermint mocha coffee that was just. If you can't catch it, is it meat? I don't know. Is it? But yeah, I'm getting to the point now when it comes to meat products. Like, I won't even go to Kroger. I have a hard time like going to Kroger's and big stores now buying meat and steaks because some of it just doesn't look right. And even the stuff that looks good, you kind of hesitate. I go to Myers. I've done pretty good at Myers, but we have a couple butchers around here, and I think I'm just going to go back to using a butcher and just ordering the meat packs that will last us all summer. We bought one last year before the fire. We bought one before the fire, and that thing lasted us. Like I still had pork chops and probably a good 6 pounds of hamburger left. Had 6 bone-in pork chops that just looked delicious left. That were delicious, but I had 6 left. And it was the best thing we did. We saved so much money, and it lasted a while until the fire, until they threw the rest of it away because the freezer got screwed. But I have to buy a new freezer. We didn't replace the freezer we lost, and I want to do that. Yes, go do it. I won't even buy bacon from the store. You know what? My son said the same thing the other day. We bought some. He likes the bacon, the peppered bacon. And they had so much pepper on this bacon. And then when she got to the bacon, it was like, wow, what have they done? And this was like high-end stuff in it. Are you seeing these clips of ice cream being left out of days? It does. Now, see, it makes a leery even eating. I'll tell you what. There are ice cream companies that I don't eat their ice cream. Bluebird is one of them. I will not touch Bluebird, any of their products. There's a couple other ones that you literally could take a light or two and it doesn't melt. Like some of the snow, you see the videos where there's people lighting snow on fire and it doesn't melt. It burns. Kind of like that. You kind of got to wonder what the. And we have our own ice cream maker, and I'm tempted to pull it out and start making our own ice cream. But there is ice creams that I will not, certain brands I will not buy because of that, Cindy. Yeah, and you need to really pay attention to some of the ice creams. Some of this stuff I'm really getting concerned about. My big Wisconsin bro has a 6 foot tall freezer full of meat. I haven't gotten to yet. See, that's the thing. If you can get a freezer, a big huge freezer, we had a small one when I was still married. We had a stand up that was really big that her mom and dad gave us, and that thing we packed it. The little freezer that we had here, I had it packed full, and it would have lasted us plenty. But unfortunately, the fire kind of killed it, and we just haven't gotten a new freezer yet. My Bluebird melts in 5 seconds. Does it? I don't know. Every time I've gotten Bluebird ice cream up here, Chris, it has been horrible, to be quite honest with you. So I just haven't bought it. And that, I think the last time I bought a Bluebird, we bought the cups that were made by Bluebird, and they were just awful. And I haven't touched that brand since. But usually if I buy ice cream, it's usually from what's that name again? It's made right here in Ohio. Only because I've been to the plant. Maybe Bluebird's gotten better, but I just was not a fan of it. Now I have to try it again and see if it did any better. But yeah, it was awful, dude. Maybe it was just a batch I got. I don't know. But nobody ate it. I ended up getting freezer bird. Nobody would touch it. Ready to eat bacon. Shrugs. A generator if the power goes. I have a generator. Yeah, we have a generator. I have a small freezer box freezer full of meat. Yeah, mine's are just like one of the old, like you would see at a dime store. I mean, like at a store. The one with the lid and lock. Mom and Dad had it forever. I think next time we get one, it's going to be a big one, and I'm going to pack it. Yeah, I have a generator. Dad has we went out and bought a nice big generator. He's always had one, and they took it from the fire, his original one, because the fire happened on top of the generator. So we had to buy a new one. We got a nice one. It's even got a remote switch. It's all fresh from the forest, by the way. I've seen a clip that the ready-to-eat bacon is made from dog meat. Are you serious? You can't believe everything you see, but who knows? Somebody said that you got to watch some of the meat you're buying in the store because it's actually horse. The steaks and stuff that I've been buying has been good stuff. But there's some product out there that there's a couple times I went to the store and would not buy meat because I didn't like anything that I saw. Nothing looked healthy or like it's been injected or something that can make it sell. Yeah, Wisconsin cheese is good. I won't argue. I love cheese. Yeah, they do want to push eating bugs. In fact, they're telling you now to check your ingredients on some of your powder goods because cricket meal has become quite popular. Problem about eating bugs is the fact that they do carry parasites. These parasites cannot be destroyed in the processing, and people don't know that. I've read that in a number of places, done my research on it. Yeah, there's a few types of parasites in these bugs that you can't destroy. We have a dairy farm that sells fresh milk and butter and cheese. Oh, there you go. Now I used to go to a guy and I used to buy real milk straight from the cow. Well, they made him stop selling it They actually shut him down. It bummed me out because I love. And my uncle Walter raised cows, beef cows. He rose Angus, but he had a couple of dairy cows too. I loved fresh milk. Once it got chilled, I was good to go. I couldn't drink it straight from the cow. I mean, I'd do it, but once they put it in the thing and got in the chill, if it was good and cold, I'd drink it. It was good every time. I have an old-fashioned refrigerator older than me. That sounds like our stove. I've been trying to talk Dad into let me get him a new stove because we need a stove. I keep sodas and drinks in it. Still runs like a top. Oh, yeah, that's like the old one that they threw away in the fire. I think if we would have been able to keep it, I could have cleaned it, cleaned out the motor, cleaned everything up, and she probably would have started right up. PETA would. Bugs are different from our favorite pet breed. And PETA would shut that down. You would be surprised what the U.S. does as pass. Oh, I know. PETA would shut that down in 4 seconds. Yeah, I think that too, Chris. Now, see, if you go China, some of the Philippines, you're liable to be eating dog or cat and not even know it. Because, that's the way they are over there. Wisconsin's where I'm going. Yeah, isn't that where your family's at? I'll eat wherever it put in front of me. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. When you get here and they're willing to meet me halfway, I'll bring you White Castles. I'll bring you a king case. PETA near me was shut down after finding railroad cars full of dead and half. Yeah, I heard about some of that stuff too, Dragon. Some of that stuff. PETA's starting to get a bad rap now because the stuff's coming out. I'm the opposite. Straight from the cow doesn't bother me. See, I love straight from the cow. I just preferred it chilled. I like cold milk. But yeah, I drink it. I'm drinking it straight from the cow. The pasteurized milk makes me sick. I just like milk. I don't mind the pasteurized, but I would prefer real milk. Straight from the cow, chilled. %, of videos you see on social. See, I don't do social media. I don't do TikTok. I only select about what I watch on Shorts and YouTube and Facebook. Because, yeah, everything can be so fakey now with AI. Made me really angry when I learned that the horses that I couldn't win races were being sent to Canada to slaughter. I felt so bad. That's a criminal. And it's not uncommon. The old days of horses were sent. Yeah, that's not true anymore. You don't hear about that anymore. The glue factory. They do that to most of the old horses, Vixen. They become dog meat. Careful what you say. Ask for a ghost. And yes, I love milk. Yes, I do. I love milk. I don't mind straight from the cow. Yeah, just seriously, slow motion. If you want me to bring you a king case and they'll meet us halfway, it's probably about Wisconsin. I take back roads, take the shortcuts I know. I can meet you the next morning, probably. Depending on how far into Wisconsin, I'd have to meet you. The only reason it took me so long, it takes me 8 hours if I drive and don't stop. It's an 8-hour trip from my house to Jersey. And the only reason it took me 10 was I have to stop. Get tremors in the car, and I have to get out and stretch and let my body do its thing for a little bit. But I could make that trip easy. Heck, Dad could go for a ride with me. Nowadays, old horses are used in canned dog food. That's what I've heard too. Some horses get adopted and the rest are not so lucky. I hope so. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful. Some of these videos and stuff that they push, you really got to pay attention. And if you see a video like that, you need to go do your research. That's when you got to learn to go do research. Road trip. Yep, road trip. And Edna, when you're ready, we're going to talk. I'll send you an email, and you can give me a list of ingredients you need for your crab cakes. And we'll find out what it's going to take for you to send it UPS or USP or United Postal. I want to do the crab cakes. And if I'm going to have crab cakes, I'm going to get them from a person that says they make the best in the world. So let's do it. I think Dad would get a big kick out of that. Pups would totally enjoy that. We'll have a conversation with brother offline. Remind me to hijack Dragon on his way to Wisconsin. I'll bring 2 king cases and I'll keep one for you ready. Okay, Dragon, if you want one. You know how many times I've been to Indy? I used to go there for the games, for the high state games. But many after they have already dead, it happened to my grandpa's retired workhorse, Chubb. Died at home. Oh, my ingredients are secret. That's fine. I mean, you just tell me what you'll need money-wise. I want to pay for you to do it. And if, Ryan, you're still listening, I will get with you about DVDs. I definitely want the Aliens one. I'm going to UPS this week. Yeah, ask them what it's going to cost. Let me know. And then we'll work all the details out. Me, you, and Eddie. Now that's the road trip. There you go. A lot of people who make fake videos want you to get mad and start crap. Yeah, they do. They do. It's all the clicks game. It's always about the clicks. I do a lot of research. It does help me keep me away from your. It does keep me away from you all, but because I don't want to attract trouble. See, I do a lot of research too, Dragon. Not as much as I used to. When I was doing it for those guys on Telegram and stuff, I got into some really deep stuff, especially when it came to the kid, the bad stuff, and it caused my computer to bite the big one. So I only research now. I still do it for these guys every so often to make a little extra cash, but now it's back to where I just do research on stuff that I want to know about. And you could tell when I'm in the research because I zone out. I'm all focused in. I'll be keeping just for you, bro. Not going anywhere if they aren't going to you. Sounds good, yeah. If they're doubles, dude, I don't want to take something you're holding on to. But yeah, if you want to work out something, I'll take those off your hand. Yeah, because see, I've been wanting the director cuts and a special edition of those, but I wanted them in a box set. But trying to find those in a box set, they always, and if you do, it's like they want a fortune for them. I'm not paying that kind of money. That's fine, Edna. No claw meat. That will make him happy. No fillers. You sound like a commercial. The secret ingredient is love. Actually, she puts sweet and sour candies in there. She don't tell anybody. They're just really sour ones, too. No, oh, I'm ready, Edna. I've been wanting a good crab cake. They shut down Joe's Crab Shack up here. It's gone now. And to me, Red Lobster's like going to Olive Garden, and and they're closing down. Red Lobster filed bankruptcy, so they're slowly being shut down. And just say goodnight with the smile and wave to go to get sleepy can. I have Predator 2 on Blu-ray also. I have all those movies. I have all the Predator movies. Yeah, I have them. I bought them, and I also have them on digital. Dragon, I go down some of the darkest rabbit holes. Yeah, I have too, dude. I've seen some stuff that will never leave my mind. That's what got my computer fried, because I was doing research for somebody. I stumbled onto something I probably shouldn't have stumbled on. Yeah, well, they don't like me either, especially Google. Yeah, you know how many times I was kicked off Facebook jail for some of the stuff I put back in the day, and I didn't use my name or anything back then. I think I had one Facebook account with my real name, and that was for the kids. And then I got to the point where I felt nosy, so I deleted that account. And then the one account I kept for a while, and I just kept getting put in Facebook jail. So I just left Facebook. Then when Gemma asked me, when I brought up Gemma, she goes, yeah, please join Facebook. So, so I did. So I came back. Yeah, Ryan, I love the Predator movies. The last two. I do like the planet one where they're on the planet. Only because it's such a great concept. Now I'm waiting for the next two, Predator, Prey 2, and Wastelands. Isn't that what it's called? What was the other one called? It's called Wasteland, isn't it? There's two coming out. Two of them coming out. I'm ready for those. Good night, Slow Motion. Have a good day since you just woke up. The coffee's not keeping you awake, is it? Got up a little too early, didn't you? Have a good day. Have a good Sunday. Prey was the best one in years. Yeah, I totally agree, Chris. It was. Yeah, the first Predator is a great movie. Gemma saw, seeing the Glimmer Man, as she calls him, has never seen the first Predator. So I told her the first time we sit down together, when I get back up there, that's what I'm going to make her watch is Predator. So she really gets the concept, because she's never watched it. Yeah, Slow, you have a great day tomorrow, today, whatever, for you. Hopefully we'll see you over the week, man. Be safe. I thank you all for the prayers and good thoughts for my brother Slow-Mo. Yeah, I really like Prey, and I really hope the second one's just as good. Banned from Twitter 24 times, Facebook 15 times. Oh man, you're running them up there. You saw not that bad, Black Dragon, because I managed to stay under the radar most points, but Facebook there at the beginning, I was dumping all kinds of stuff on there. They never kicked me or banned me, but I got in trouble quite a bit. But I try to stay under the radar. But because of some of the research, I'm sure Black Dragon, that you've done your time on the deep web, dark web, whatever they want to call it. Because I'll tell you what, you looking for stuff, information, that's where you go. Uncensored, unpurified. Yes, she has to watch that. Yeah, she does have to watch that movie. Because she told me the other day, I've never watched a Predator. So, well, you're going to watch it next time you're with me. I'm glad Amber Midthunder is doing the second one. Yeah, I am too. And I hope it is just as good. as the first one. I really like the first one. I like the concept. I like the fact. We're at the time. So it should be good. We'll see. Sometimes I don't hold as much for the second ones than I do the first ones, but that first one was good. I totally enjoyed it, and my son loved it too. See, it's like the Prometheus movies. They could have done those so much better and made them so much intense. And I wish they'd had. Is it just a web for me? Deep web and dark web are just names they use to scare people away. Nah, you got to go. The deep web, dark web, deep web. I always called it the deep web. It's not the same as surface web. And you can really. I have found great stuff, but if you go really looking for the scary stuff, you're either going to find it or you're going to find a honeypot. It's as simple as that. But, you know, it's kind of like regular web. I mean, I find sites on there. I actually found one night a cooking site. Some guy was giving recipes. Nothing but recipes, all kinds of recipes. It's kind of cool. So you don't always find scary stuff on there. Yeah, it's not as scary. It's only scary when you go looking for the scary stuff. Some of these people make the dark web and deep web all scary, and it's really not. It's only when you go looking for stuff that you, and that's the same thing here on the regular web. You might go looking for stuff that you may not want to go looking for. But I enjoy getting on the dark web or deep web. I've gone deeper. And the deeper you go, it does get a little scarier. But man, you got to make sure you're not using good computer stuff, because I don't care how many backups you're using on your system or virtual machines you're using, you can still get tagged. I have an old laptop that I use. I had to go get another one because the fire destroyed the one. Gemma has to be the only I can read. Gemma has to be the only human on Earth that never have seen The Predator. I don't know. I know a couple people that haven't watched it because they don't like that stuff. But yeah, you'd figure for somebody to seen what she's seen, she'd at least go watch it. So I was shocked that when she told me, she goes, I never have watched it. There's a claim in you tonight, Gus. What do you mean? What I miss? Yeah, I will make sure she watches it. I haven't seen it either, Chris. Oh, you haven't, Vixen? You've never seen the first one? Wow. I won. Would like to see Prey. Prey, you would like Prey, Vixen. You would really like that one. That is a good one. Psy women. I don't know, man. I have a lot of, my ex enjoyed Predator. She liked it. She thought it was a great movie. Yeah, Prey was awesome. I liked it. And she's writing the second one too, so that's a big one too. Isn't that right, Chris? Yeah, she's doing it. She's not writing, but she's going to be in the second one, which is nice. You haven't seen Prey? It's really good. It's on Hulu. Edna, if you haven't, check it out. It is really good. You'll like it too. And it takes place during the Native American time, whatever you want to call it, that time frame. Oh, it's really good. I really enjoyed it. And that show that seems to be based on Skinwalker Ranch that Amberman is in. based on the Skinwalker. I haven't seen that one. Duke Sullivan over the World Bigfoot Radio was talking about those glimmering aliens for years. He has seen them multiple. I've seen multiple ones. You know, it really freaked Gemma out when she saw it for the first time. I don't think Little Man understood what he saw or was what he was paying attention because he was pretty young. But she says every time she goes over there, she looks in those trees, she watches. I don't blame her. I would too. There's certain things that I've seen out in certain places that every time I go back to those places, I'm very aware and trying to watch everything. But yeah, I know that the Glimmer aliens or aliens, whatever, Glimmer Man, whatever you want to call them, aliens. I know that's something that's been going on for a while. Yeah, that I did know. I just got kicked out of YouTube. Had to click back in. Oh, bummers. And I used to have that promo quite a bit, Sydney, for a while there, a couple of years back. I don't know why, but I don't get it too often. Every so often, sometimes it will happen with me, but not like it used to. I'm still waiting for the moment I ran into a skinwalker. Not exactly working forward to that moment. Well, the Vixen story doesn't help that. The Vixen, that's a tense story, huh? I'm glad I got to hear it again, all in good detail. It's called Outrange. I'll have to check that out. I haven't heard of that one. It's a form of camo. Blue Book talked about. Yeah, I've seen that. Have you seen the one where the kid is guy made a shield? He's been working on it for a while and he made a shield that he stands behind it on the YouTube video. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I know what it is. Stay away from skinwalkers. Brian likes skinwalkers. They're his buddies. They share Cheetos together. Didn't you know that, Edna? Ryan and the Windy Walker and Wendigos, and a Windy Walker is a cross between a Wendigo and a Skinwalker. And he hangs out with its mom and dad, who's a Wendigo and a Skinwalker, and they all hang out and eat Cheetos together. So I'm trying, don't worry, to see one up close, that's for sure. Now, I wouldn't want it either, to be honest. My problem is I'm curious by nature. So I'd still go check it out. Cindy, I tossed your bacon lifeline. That's so nice of you, Dragon. I wouldn't want a Skinwalker to catch my scent. You know, though, but I still have dreams about Skinwalker Ranch all the time. You're not supposed to tell, Ghost. I did. Too late. My native friends find it very strange that whites talk about skinwalkers so much every day. You know, I have a friend who has said almost the exact same thing a couple days ago. He's not Native American or anything, but he was like, aren't you people not supposed to talk about these things? And you guys talk about them all the time on streams and stuff. And I go, well, you want to get the word out to him. The problem that people talk about, see, this is why I liked Ryan right off rap, was because he was trying to correct a lot of these people. They don't understand that skinwalkers and wendigos are not everywhere, you know? And I like that because I get so tired of watching these top tens and, you know, they're in Georgia. Oh, this is a skinwalker. No. That's my problem. I am, and I'm very curious. I'm one of those guys, and I've proved that a number of times to friends of mine. That's why they don't like hanging around with me too much anymore, because I'm not that guy that goes chasing it. And one of these days, they'll probably catch up with me. Well, I think it has a couple times. But yeah, I'm not afraid to go. I want to know. That's my thing. I want to know. Am I seeing is for real? And then I want to know what it is. What I want to know every detail. I want to see every detail. Chris Jarvis, they're fascinating. Besides, no one tells the truth about them. And it's true that nobody, well, I don't think it's not that they don't tell it. I think there's people that know the truth that don't tell it, add stuff to it. But I personally think it's just a lack of information. There's these people here, Skinwalker. Well, that makes it, we'll just call it a Skinwalker. They're evil at medicine people. Yeah, they are. All they are evil medicine people. That's what I always thought, Chris. It's true, Chris. Not supposed to talk about such things. It draws them to you. Yeah. It's like no one tells the truth about them. Someone has to. And I'm going back and rereading this stuff, but I'm trying to get it across. Yeah. Ryan, I know several Navajo. Exactly, Chris. But seeing their intended target is not something you want to be. And Vixen could vouch for that. Right. But the Navajo I've spoke to tell me a different story. Chris, skinwalkers were supposed to have been native using animal skins. Cursed natives. Wendigos are cursed natives. I've never gone to it. Yeah, you don't want to do that. No, you don't want to do that. And everybody has their views on them, and but that's the problem. And it's just like, that's what I want to see. I just want to see some of these top 10 guys and some of the people that just do these like video shorts where they go around showing videos and then start talking. And then this makes me mad because sometimes it's obvious they don't do the research. There's a couple of them that are like that. And then there's some really good top 10s that are awesome, but they don't do the research either. I didn't piss her off. I was just convenient. They basically are medicine men that gone bad. They've gone to the darker magic, blacker medicine. The biggest channels always tell these encounter stories. 98% of them are fake. Yes. And it's funny because my dad cracks up. Sorry. I'll sit and watch like caught on camera, and I can look at a video and know pretty much right off from all the video analyzing I've done over the years what I can tell him is fake. That's fake. That's possibly real. That's fake. That's fake. And now it's even worse with AI because people don't know the difference, are not paying attention. That's what worries me about all the, these cryptid sites now, showing these. I thought they lanched into you because you hold aside something they want or need. Is that wrong, Ryan? Not typically. Some of them are just very malicious. Australian accent. A Wendigo ate your baby. A Wendigo ate your baby. I've heard some of these guys that do these things, and some of them I really like. Now, there is one, actually, Duke I meant not Duke Nukem. He does his research, but he still gets it wrong every so often. There's a one lady called Eleanor Gray, and she does something secrets, darkest secrets. It's called the darkest secrets. She's really good, and man, she really does her research on stuff, and she's herself is a avid ghost hunter and cryptid person. But a lot of her stuff that she shows are from other countries. And it's amazing because some of those videos you could tell some of those are fake, but a lot of, and she'll even point out the fake ones. She'll even show fake ones to show you the difference. And, but some of the videos she gets, majority of those, I'd say probably about 90% of the stuff she shows, other than the ones she actually tells you they're fake, are legit. I mean, some of that stuff that she's pulling out of South America, Mexico, the Philippines, man, some of that stuff is creepy ass stuff. So many cryptid channels. Yeah, and you know the thing is, as soon as the paranormal thing started getting big, all these YouTube became just flooded with them. I mean, you literally there are so many channels, not just about cryptid and Bigfoot, but the whole kit and caboodle. There are so many channels now, not only in just in this country, but it's big in Mexico, South America. Russia has a slew of them. You can go to YouTube Russia. And it's amazing. But you want to see some cool stuff, go to like YouTube South America or whatever it is. Man, some of the stuff you see in there, you know are legit, especially some of the UFO stuff. I thought it was a dang good thing. Your baby. Somebody's been watching Quigley Down Under. So many cryptid. There are so many of them. No, Edna, they eat, they need a body. Part of the ritual is cannibalism. Yes, it is. Ghost hunters really jump up on the Wendigo and Skinwalker stuff, and yet almost none of them get it right. Yeah. Well, that's like the rake and skin crawler debate that's going on right now. I've been to a couple channels where they're, what's the difference? There is a difference because the rake is not really a rake. But see, I don't want to get in that conversation because there is something, I don't want to call it a rake anymore, but it is a lot different than, and it might be a skinwalker, but see, I don't see, from what I've understood, skinwalkers are not where I'm at. So what is it? It's not a pale crawler. I don't get that vibe. Maybe our fantastically vivid imagination. Yes, and it's highly possible. I can definitely agree with that. I live 35 minutes from Loveland, and I have only met 3 people that have seen the Frogman. One is my dad. Yes. I hope you show up Tuesday if you can, Chris, because I want you to, if you know his story, I would love you to tell it, or at least tell it in chat. I got our list. I read off what we're going to be talking over the next couple of weeks there, Ryan. So, Slender Man is a creepypasta. Yes, Rake is a creep. They're both creepypastas. The only reason I called it a rake, Chris, was because that was the only thing what I was seeing could generalize it, but I don't call it a rake anymore. And it's just weird. It looks like a pale crawler, but there's just something different about it. And I'll say that from through and through. Most cryptid channels don't want to admit that the rake stemmed from yeah, they don't. Well, yeah, they don't. They don't. Can they be destroyed, Ryan? The victim has to be a friend or a close family member. But you need to be careful standing up to them. Yes. Yeah, me and Ryan were actually talking about that, Chris, that it could be a ghoul. And it may be what I'm seeing is a ghoul. It's highly possible. They're not paracrawlers, but they are just creepy. And I get a just awful feeling from them. And I've seen them quite a few times. And I know I've seen paracrawlers. I know that I've seen paracrawlers back in the day too. The rake is probably yeah. The witch who poisoned me was killed by a Navajo, which was a good thing. A good conversation. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I'm a little bit more prepared this time, Ryan, for Frogman. I actually want to talk about from what I want to be prepared for is Devil Monkeys the following week. And I want to make sure that Gemma is really prepared for that one too. And I don't know much about the Devil Monkeys. Yeah, her story was pretty tense. I'm going to have to come out and see Ryan in Arizona. And with my luck, he'll take me out to the desert and then leave me for bait so he can study anything that comes at me. Sue monkeys. Yeah, Loveland as a city, it does suck. Yeah, it does. There's nothing there. Nothing. Nothing. Well, I'll put them on the list because, like I said, the next ones, I got the list going. Man, these names these names they give these things kill me. Why can't they speak English? My kind of English? I'm having a hard enough trying to spell it. I have to read it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this Tuesday, Frogman. Following Tuesday, Devil Monkeys. Then we're going to talk more about Pale Crawlers. And then we're going to talk about the Fleetwood. And then after that, the Flatwoods Monster. And then we can go from one of those two. And I'm telling you, the Flatwood Monster is not my mother. Okay? So just leave me alone about it. Man, compared to all of you, I'm lucky. Compared to all of you, you're lucky. Yes, you are, Edna. You are lucky. Here, I felt cursed the whole time. You're not cursed. Well, that was the plan. And now that you're aware of it, I have to create a different plot. Most of you. Because most of them aren't English. Haha. Man, I tell you what. You come at me with all these names, and then I get off screen, I write them down, and I try to say it. My dad laughs at me because that's not how you say it. Hey, Mike, a little late, but welcome, bud. How you doing, Mr. Behold? Lightning and thunder and all that poop. How you doing, Mike? Blessings to you too. I hope you had a good day. Hope you're having a good Sunday. We're up kind of late tonight. It's 3:30. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was so late. I'm not going to 5 o'clock tonight. You never know. I'm in a good mood. That reminds me too. I'm gonna get my butt whooped. Hold on. It's probably too late now to fix it. You're right there. Talk amongst yourselves while I fix something. I should have fixed it before I got on. I didn't. There we go. I almost forgot about that. I get my butt kicked. Okay, that can go. What I miss? No, you're not that late, but it is 3:30. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I'm going to have to look up that word. Please explain. The Jen Oshwa. The Ben Oshwa. Did I say that right? Jen Oshwa. The Geo Schwa. I want to relearn Japanese again, and I'm afraid that I'm just going to hack it to crap. I used to know a little bit. I still chuck it out a little bit every so often, freak people out, but I need to relearn it all over again. Ron First, you're back. I thought you were gone for the night. Welcome back. You got it. I did get it right. Jennasakwa. I'm not. I'm done. I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna push my luck. Just woke up. Yeah, we're still going. Thanks for popping back in. Appreciate it. We're still wrapping away here. But like I said, I think the longest we went was till almost 5 o'clock. I got a lot of work done today. It's supposed to rain here all day tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to. If it doesn't, I got to get some more outdoor work done so I can concentrate on the inside so I can enjoy the summer. Just do upkeep from there on out. I'm not, the Iroquois pronounce it differently. I looked it up by telling that must be very different. I know. I saw you were on. So I popped in. I appreciate it, Mike. Yeah, I know it's only 12:32 there, but it's 3:30 here, 3:32 here. You're behind us. We're time traveling. You got to remember, I'm ahead of you in time. So I know the future, Ryan. And man, I don't want to tell you what's going to happen in the next couple hours, bud. Good you came back, Ryan. I'm glad you popped back in. I don't know. I'll probably take it till 4. I'm going to try 2, and then I'm going to call it at 4 if we're still going strong. I do get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow. Gemma actually texted me like at 8:30 this morning. I was like shocked. It's like, I woke up. Well, it was funny because I told her, I said, you're texting me and I was just getting to sleep. Because I had that long night last night. My leg would not let me sleep. The empath can understand emotion. You have obviously learned to cope, Dragon. I find you a very understanding person. Yeah, he is. For somebody who says that, he is a very understanding person. And he does take in emotion a lot better than I think he realizes. He definitely picks up on it. So you're Marty Fly or Doc Brown. I guess I'm Doc Brown. Not as smart. Just as goofy, though. Yeah, I was going to say, we've taken this to 5 a.m. Heck, we have. I don't know if I'll go that long tonight. I'm surprised to see you on. It's 3:30. Yeah, oh, Mike, you're in the same time zone as we are in, dude. So, yeah, it's 3:35. It's those guys over once you cross that Midwest, still hanging out in a whole different time zone there. Great Scott. Yeah, we went till 5 a.m. one night. We were having a blast, so we were laughing. My face hurt that morning from laughing so hard and smiling. That was a good night. They're always good nights, though. They woke me up too, Mike. But Mike, we didn't say her name more than 3 times, so she didn't come in as feisty and all get up as she did last time. So she was a little calmer when she came in. Sometimes I think she says she was just got here. I think she's really listening to us. My ears get to burning. I was laughing out loud. My husband thought I was crazy. We were going to town that night. We've had a couple good nights like that. Man, I think I hit my head when I fell. I got a little knot on both sides, and I hit both. I got up and bam, bam. I was like, "Come on, man, stay down." And I've learned at a very young age to shut down my emotions. Yeah, some people do. Now she has to keep an eye on me. Yeah, I worked outside all day too. But it's not about with me. I'm tired. It's just my body doesn't want to stop. Like I said, even if I shut this down at 4, I'll do a couple things. I got dishes out there. I can go put away from doing dishes earlier. But yeah, I spent the day outside. I was literally filthy earlier. I still want to know, if a female ghost flashes you, does that mean you saw boobies? Are they natural or supernatural? More dad jokes. Boobies. Guys killed me. I'll solve my face for her again. I'll be smiling tomorrow. Sometimes I wonder how much Gemma really does watch the replays. She's probably laugh as much as we do. And I already said, if you see buck naked ghosts with long hair, it's gonna be me. Oh no. That's when you run, Ryan. Run as fast as you can. You run fast and hard, man. Perfect summer day. Yeah, it was nice here all day. Like I said, it didn't start raining here, Mike, until a little before dark, during dusk. It was slow, off and on slow. Sounds like it's raining again now, but I haven't looked at it, but I can hear it's what sounds like water hitting the window, drops hitting the window. I bet you there's times, I bet you there's times where Gemma is like, I'm so going to get these guys, probably. Oh, yeah. Well, the first couple Gemma replays we did, I told her all we did was, talk about how different you look from then and now. And she was like, well, you talked about my painted eyebrows. But yeah, I know she goes back and watch. She listens to them, which is good. She needs to know what's going on. It's her channel. That's good, Dragon. I'm not going to read that, but yeah, that's good. You sound like me a lot of times. When you talk, Dragon, you sound a little bit like me at times. And I think we have a lot more in common than we both want to admit. Anything worth doing is worth doing right. Damn straight. Yep, it is her channel. I'm just the goofy co-host that fills in spaces. But I do appreciate, I love the fact that she allows me to come in here and chat with you guys and hang out. And it gives me a chance to talk because, to be honest, when she's on stream with me, it's her channel. I let her talk. I love listening to her talk anyways. And now that Ryan has joined us on Tuesday, I just let those two talk and I just slide in when I can. Because I'm learning too. How do you get rid of the energy, Black Dragon? Because sometimes I carry it. Yeah, sometimes most people do, and they carry a little longer than they should. Like any of us would be brave enough to tell her not to watch. Nope, none of us would be that. Yeah, because she carries that shank, man. You don't want to be messing with Gemma when she's holding that shank. If I cry, I cry. Yes, we do. Yeah, we do, Dragon. I think we do. I'm a crier, Edna. I'm not afraid to admit it. You guys were all crying Friday last night. I was crying too, but there was a lot going on for me that night. I was like Gemma when we first started streaming. I was a little stressed out, a little tensed, a little preoccupied. Plus, I was hurting, and that didn't help. Does the hokey pokey just to make it to it. I want to emphasize and help the person, not carry the energy. Heal it and be done. That's the key. Because sometimes it doesn't always work that way. I learned one thing a while back ago, though. If you have a dog, and Ryan might be able to vouch for this too, when you're feeling down and just having a bad day and you have a pet, and just go over to it and just start petting and loving it, you change. It heals you. Once you start, kind of relaying with the dog and or pet, cat, or whatever you have. I was having a bad day, and Puff would come and sit beside me. If I'm having a bad day, he'll come and sit beside me, and I'll just spend a little time with him. That's it. I'm up. I'm going to make some coffee. Don't do it, Edna. Don't do it, because then I'm going to want to go. I'd like to try a little sleep sometime this morning. I got a little bit early this morning. I think I got about 2 hours. 3 hours, not about 2 hours. And usually I sleep good on Oracle nights, but man, I really messed my leg up. I should have took care of it 2 years ago, and I didn't. Now I'm paying for it. And I've been real stumbly because I've been real trembly lately. And working and trying to crank out stuff doesn't help. Yep, a dog can definitely be a blessing. Yeah, I'm not just talking a dog, any animal. And it does change your mood. It goes away. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of times why you see ghosts of pets, because they understand. They want to hang around and make sure you're okay. Until they know you're okay with them being gone, they'll go. Or at least say goodbye to you. We yell every morning. I call it. Yeah, I get my dog howling too. It drives the neighbors nuts. You've been trembly. I've been trembly. The morning howl. Oh, it's funny because during the day, usually my dad will go lay across the bed, go eat lunch, and then about 1 or 2, I'll go stretch across the bed and kind of relax a little bit. Sometimes he'll take a nap. Sometimes he just lays there. And if he doesn't do that, the dog will sit there and wait for him and go get him and start telling it. Every time he gets up, he'll fall in it. He'll go to the bedroom, sit on the bed, and wait for him to come in. And if he doesn't come in, he gets up and goes looks for him. It's hilarious. And then at night, he comes down about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and they pick on each other for a while. It's hilarious. Sometimes I'm surprised there are times you guys do not hear them in the background. They get pretty loud. When I lay in the grass or on the deck, I gaze at the clouds and reflect. See, I'm an outside person too. That's why I always do my Tai Chi outside. Barefoot. I freaked the neighbor out this year. New neighbor recently. I'm standing out there barefoot doing in the snow. They're like, "What are you doing?" My Tai Chi, leave me alone. I have 6 dogs, 1 Chihuahua, 5 Chugs. The dad is a Chihuahua, and all the pups are Chihuahua and Quarter Pug. Oh, cool. That's a lot of dogs. A lot of miniature dogs. Little mini dogs running all over the place. Portable stuffed animals. Yes. Yes, Dragon. Totally agree. Alrighty, it's time for me to drag my carcass to bed. Yeah, I'm about ready to go here in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm going to call it at 4. I'm going to make Edna go back and get some rest, even though she's probably already started the pot of coffee. You have a good night, Ryan. We'll talk sometime tomorrow or Monday. Just give me, I want to hear this encounter, so I can't wait. We'll talk on the phone. That way you can tell me and I can get it. You don't have to type it all out. Or you can voice text it. You can do that too. But have a wonderful day tomorrow, Ryan. Remember, tomorrow night, Gemma is on Texas Front Porch at 8. So make sure you guys catch her at 8 o'clock tomorrow on Texas Front Porch. I believe I said that right, I hope. I'm sure she'll drop a link. Is he on the same channel as, does he use Michigan BMR's channel? Wide freaking awake. Thanks, Gus. I need my beauty sleep, and you interrupted it. Hey, we only said your name 3 times, so you can't yell at me. But Ryan, yeah, catch you tomorrow or over the next couple days. Don't be afraid to yell. Thunder and lightning and all that poop. I'm done saying crap. Mike likes the word poop, so we're going to say poop for now. Those are my babies. Yeah, I can imagine. 9, 8, and 7 years old. Wow. Have a nice night, Dragon. Sleep well. Have a good morning. Have a good day. We'll see you around on the flip side too, I'm sure. Thanks for coming in, bud. Appreciate it. In fact, all you folks in chat, ghosting, those who watch replay, thank you so much. Just make sure you hit that like button on your way out. I appreciate it. Leave a comment afterwards or after you watch the replay. If you got topics for Tuesday you'd like to hear about, leave it in the comment. And we'll slide that into Tuesday talks. Folks, Cindy, you have a wonderful night too. Please get some rest, dear. You too. Things will get better. You just do what you feel your heart tells you to do, Cindy. Okay? Big hugs and lots of love. That goes for you too, Dragon. Big hugs and lots of love. I love chatting with you, folks. And I love having you. I kind of miss you when you don't show up, to be honest. We've known each other for a long time. You and Vixen, all these folks. There's a couple of my just known for way too long. It was nice that we all managed to kind of hang out in the same rooms over years. And I appreciate that. You guys do lighten up my days. And I mean lighten up. You do lighten them up. 5 years now. It's hard to believe it's been that long. Gemma talks about people, and I go, Gemma, I've known that person probably 4 or 5 years, 3 years before you even. Yes, Dragon. You take care of yourself, man. We'll have to talk sometime. I bet that'd be an interesting conversation. But yes, have a wonderful Sunday, sir. And simplify you out. My long lost cousin. Yeah, I do too, Cindy. I'm sure Jules will let us know. Much love, hon. You have a good Sunday too. Try to make the best out of it. Yes, simplify, sir. Long lost cousin. I don't think you'd want me as a cousin. I'm crazy ass. Believe it or not, I'm a lot crazier than people think I am. I'm nuts, but I'm crazy too. I'm so glad so many people hung out with me till almost 4 o'clock. That's awesome. I've managed to keep 10 people in this chat. That's great. And we've had some good conversation here. I like that. But then we always good have a good conversation and fun at it while we have it. So that's good. Wow, it's Sunday. I thought it was Monday. Lord. Nope, it's Sunday only, honey. Are you making brunch this morning? Because I could use some brunch. I mean, if we're going to be up, you might as well make the coffee. I could use a couple waffles. I'll take an egg too. You over easy. 1 second. Make it 2 eggs over easy, a couple slices of bacon, maybe a sausage patty. The hubby makes the best brunch. Oh, there you go. It's always nice when the hubby can do that kind of stuff. I found out about a year ago that my dad makes a killer fried chicken. I'm like, Dad, you never told us this. He said, I make good fried chicken. And man, he did it. It was awesome. He loves making breakfast. I love baking. Now, my son, I was going to make cookies tonight, but my son beat me too. So he made my cookies. And he made them big. I'm like, dude, that's all right. Yeah, I love making breakfast. I don't mind cooking for these guys, but they don't tell me what. I ask them what they want for dinner and just go, whatever you feel like making. I get tired of that. Give me an idea. And then they complain, oh, we keep having the same things over again. I do that because I want something different. You guys have got to give me ideas. My oldest is a chef. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I think you told me that. Yeah, both of you boys like to cook. Now, Ashley's like me. She likes bacon. She's good at it, too. I spent so many years in the restaurant business that, yeah, I like to cook. But I get more joy. I get more comfort and joy out of bacon. I like making cookies. I like making cakes. You know, I have a special crumb cake that I make that I love making. These guys wolf it down. I make a big, huge pan and they wolf it down. my daughter was never interested. You know what's sad, Edna, is my dad is a mechanic. 4 boys. I had 4 boys. Not one of us became a mechanic. In fact, all of us are so mechanically in declined. It's horrible. Though I'm learning. Yes, she's working on now. She got her license and everything. She's really excited. And then she's going to learn, and then she's working on how to package and stuff so she can send them out. But man, I'll tell you what, Edna, her cakes are awesome. Her cookies are awesome. Her baked goods, her cupcakes and stuff. I mean, she's got it nailed. She also makes a mean manicotti too. Whew. But yes, I would have liked to see her win that contest, but she said there was so many other good bakers involved. We all said goodnight, but nobody's leaving. Isn't it how it works? But I don't know how many times we go through this. I'll say goodnight. Oh, I'm going to stop in 5 minutes. Oh, I'm going to stop at 2 o'clock. Next thing I know, it's 3 o'clock. Yeah, that picture didn't even, those pictures she had on that site don't even do it justice. The only thing that she learned from her mother that upsets me, that Tina, my ex, won't even teach me. I had the worst time making no bakes. They never turn out right. Tried and tried and tried. My mom, my ex, and Ashley have got them down. She also makes a killer peanut butter pie. So good. But yeah, she's going to send Gemma a sample pack, me a sample pack. Well, she'll be here. She's coming here soon. So I think she's going to be here for my pop's birthday. And she's making him a sugar-free cake so he can totally enjoy it. So I think that's awesome. Not a fan of no bakes. I like no bakes. I just always have. Some people don't like them. Some people do. I like them. Even though they look like little turds. But they're good. I love them. I can be persuaded. I'll tell you what, you would like hers. Ashley and Tina, my ex, also perfected my mom. You've heard of chocolate crinkles. My mom used to make the best chocolate crinkles. And I have a hard time making those in the no bakes. But Ashley and the ex, man, they make them like it's nothing. And they're always just as good as my mother's. And I love chocolate crinkles. Those are my favorite Christmas cookies that I wish somebody would make all year round. There is a couple of I think who's it? One of the cookie, not Cheryl's cookie. Cheryl cookie has them, but they're not as good. I think it's the other one. Hold on. One second here. You haven't had a chocolate crinkles? Oh, they're so good. And then you would love them. They're addictive. I order from them quite a bit. Sometimes I get her Gemma's chocolate strawberries from them. Oh, Mrs. Fields. They're the only cookie company that's had chocolate crinkles that were actually I liked. It's 4 o'clock. Oh, if you love chocolate, you're gonna love these. Oh, I have if Ashley makes sample packs to send out people, I'll make sure you get one, and especially if we work out the crab cakes, I'll make sure you get a sample box of her stuff. That stuff, I'm telling you, it's so nice because I told I'm gonna have to tell Gemma that Ashley said that she would make little man's birthday cake for her, and I need to tell her that I just gotta figure out how to get it to her and get it nicely shipped to her. But yeah, chocolate crinkles are the best. Those are probably my favorite cookies right there, chocolate crinkles. Well, we'll work it out because actually I'm doing it mostly for my pop. I love him too. But, you know, he's getting up in years. I want to kind of let him have some of the stuff that he doesn't usually get. So when you said you made them, and I told him, look, I know somebody that makes crab cakes, because I'd rather have those than going to a restaurant and get them. Unless we're going up in that direction where you could get them at a good restaurant. Hold on again. My allergy pills kicking in now. I'm all dried out. But I'm afraid I'm afraid you won't cook them right. I should bring them myself. You're more than welcome, Edna. You'd get a kick out of Pop. Gemma. Him and Gemma. He thinks he picks on her behind her back, but he thinks a lot of her. Yeah, she's kind of made her way into this family. Yeah, I'm getting ready to call it. Folks, I think it's just me. There's still, according to this, there's still 10 people watching, but I find that very hard to believe. 9? Well, if there really is 9 folks watching, bless your souls. Thank you so much. What happened? There we go. I want everybody to have a wonderful night. We're going to call it. I miss the old folks. Now I'm old. Yeah, isn't it the truth? There he is. There's Nightmare. Been lurking around. How you doing? Hope you're good. We're getting ready to call it. I'm glad you stopped in before we called it. You have a good night. It's good to see you. Yeah, we were talking about how you and Chris and everybody seemed to pop in at the right time for me to be my information guys when I can't get it out of my mouth. But yes, have a good night. All those who have been watching, thank you for hanging out with us for so long. Have a wonderful Sunday. I'm starting to show that I'm getting tired too. I'm getting slap happy. So you have a wonderful one. And everybody that's left, please enjoy your day tomorrow. Try to have a good start to your week. Gemma has 2 videos. I don't know what they are because I forgot. I should have wrote them down. But 1 at 11, 1 at noon. I hope to see you there. Tuesday Talk. It's me, her, and Ryan. And we're going to be talking about Frogman. And then I'll be here Wednesday night at 10. Well, midnight. I don't do 10 anymore. I believe Pixie does do this week if she's up to it. So Pixie should be here Thursday night at 8. Then Gemma will be back to her regular scheduled program time at 7:15 next Friday. So I hope to see you guys all during the week. It's a pretty full week. I won't always try to be here on Monday for the videos. Hang out with you folks in chat. Love you all so much. Yes, Edna, I'm a-going. Get some rest. I do. I will. I'll probably pace a little bit. I'll probably try to lay down in about an hour or so. But I need to get up and get moving, get my legs stretching. I get to sing. Dry it off. I've been sticking it in and out of ice. So I need to dry it off. And I'm getting the chills now. Have a wonderful one, folks. I need to shut up. I'm having a good time. See you guys probably Monday. Those who show up for the 2 videos on Monday, the 2 premieres on Monday at 11 and noon. Everybody have a wonderful, wonderful night. Please take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Give a helping hand when you can. And be good to each other. And with much love, I will see you guys all on the flip side. Take care.